Well, good morning, everyone. This is Jim McCabe from ANSI. Thank you so much for joining us for the latest in our quarterly events for the America Makes and ANSI Additive Manufacturing Standardization Collaborative. We're really glad to have you all here today. We are going to be talking about inspection and monitoring. We struggled a little bit with the title of this event, but it's really about looking at in situ process monitoring and non-destructive evaluation, and perhaps other ways in which the community that is using additive manufacturing is applying inspection and monitoring. So we're going to have our morning session will be a series of presentations, kind of an information download. We'll take about a half hour for lunch, and then we will have an afternoon panel discussion. Let me bring to the stage my co-host here, Brandon Ribick. Brandon, you want to say a brief hello?
Good morning, sir. Yeah, thrilled to be here. Hello, everyone, and welcome. Thanks for joining us.
So I'm just going to run through some housekeeping before we get started. So this event is being recorded, and the recording is in process. That's good. And we do plan to post it publicly for those who are not able to attend. So if for whatever reason you do not wish to be recorded, then please make sure your audio is on mute. Everyone actually should be muted upon entry except for the panelists, and keep your camera off. When we do get to the question and answer period, we're going to take questions in one of two ways. And I should say for the morning, the speakers will present for roughly 15 minutes, and then we'll do about 5-minute Q&A. The afternoon, it'll be a moderated discussion with more, audience engagement as you guys see fit. So you can either type your question into the chat, that is sort of the preferred method. And if you do that, just make sure you send it to all panelists. That way everyone will get it and we don't have to be moving things around in the background. The other way, if you really have a burning desire to say something verbally, you can use the raise your hand feature on the WebEx console. We'll look for those and then we'll unmute folks who wish to speak. And just be sure if you do that and that you put your hand down after it's raised. The other thing, it's our intention to make the presentations available. I believe all speakers have agreed to that. So this is our list of speakers. I will put a link again in the chat to the agenda, where you can find it online, which also has the link to the speaker bios. There's no changes since our news item of maybe a week ago. So we have a distinguished panel here with us today. Erin Lanigan from NASA Marshall Space Flight Center, Dr. Ehsan Toyserkhani from the University of Waterloo in Canada, Dr. Abdallah Nassar at Penn State, Solomon Dunning from the University of Dayton Research Institute, and Bob Badrak from Weatherford, who's also representing AMP. So with that, I am going to stop sharing, and let me go ahead and make Erin the presenter. So Erin, you should be good to go. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. And you guys are seeing my first slide now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, perfect. Hey everybody, I'm Erin Lanigan from the NASA Marshall Space Flight Center, and I'm going to present about the role of NDE and in situ monitoring in managing risk for AM hardware at NASA. So in this presentation, I'll go through the use of NDE and in situ monitoring at NASA and how they are used in our certification framework, as well as how we qualify NDE and in situ monitoring systems to verify the reliability. So the logic of AM part certification for NASA is outlined in these documents. The first is NASA Standard 6B16B, which is the general materials and processes requirements for all spacecraft hardware and also covers AM. There was previously a standard developed at Marshall for AM of laser powder bed fusion, and that's been adapted into NASA Standard 6B30, which was released just a few months ago, that covers all of additive manufacturing. There's also an accompanying standard 6033 that covers equipment and facility control, and we're working on a handbook that'll come out pretty soon that will include some more specifics and case studies about how to apply these requirements. So the classifications are based on several aspects of the risk of the AM part. The first is the consequence of failure. If it would be a high risk of catastrophic failure, then it's a Class A part. If it's a low consequence of failure, then it's B. The negligible risk to other aspects of the mission. If the risk is not negligible, then it remains Class B. But if it is negligible, then it can go into a special Class C that doesn't require any NDE or much verification. That would be, people like to joke, things like cup holders. Some of the small plastic parts that are built on ISS for holders or display that don't really do anything structural. So within the primary classifications, there's sub-classifications based on various aspects. If it's heavily loaded, the structural demand, then if it's high, then it would be a higher class, low, slower. The AM risk covers a few different things. That's how difficult it is to build, the use of overhangs, the complexity of the geometry, as well as the inspectability of the part. So if a part is more inspectable, then that could potentially help improve the AM risk and take a Class A1 part, which would be really hard to verify and certify that part, down to a Class A2 if the inspectability was improved in a really critical region, which could be through an improved NDE method or through the use of in situ monitoring. So the language about the requirements for NDE in the standard is shown below. All parts that are Class A have to receive quantitative NDE with full coverage, including verifiable detection of the critical initial flaw size. And all of the inspection and the limitations need to be documented in the part production plan. So what we mean by quantitative is really that you do need to verify that critical initial flaw size. And that would be critical for Class A parts in particular. And then again, 100% full coverage of both the surface and volume. And the rationale for that is that the AM process has the ability to produce voids and to produce defects, even though there are a lot of other requirements in the standard for developing a qualified material process. Even so, we can't preclude any defects that might form, and therefore we need to screen for those with NDE. The other requirement for Class A parts is that they meet the special NDE requirements in NASA Standard 5009, which is the standard for NDE of spaceflight hardware. And then again, that needs to be documented in the part production plan. So what that means, that it needs to meet the special NDE requirements. There are tables in the standard of standard flaw sizes that you'd expect to be able to find, but those flaw sizes aren't really considered to be applicable to AM. So it would always need to be a special NDE approach, which requires that you do a probability of detection and prove statistically that you're able to find a flaw size. So that would be how you go about developing the process. It's a little bit more work, and it's a little bit more proof that you can actually find that flaw size in that part. For Class B parts, which are the lower consequence of failure, those would have just NDE for process control. Again, with full coverage, but NDE for process control, really what we mean by that is it's a general screen. You should use a physical reference standard so that you know the capabilities of the NDE method, but you don't need to verify and quantify the detection of the critical initial flaw size in the part. So you don't need the full POD. Again, you do need a lot of the other controls that are in place in NASA Standard 5009, but since it's a lower consequence of failure, it's a little bit more relaxed standard. Since these aren't fracture critical, they probably wouldn't have a critical initial flaw size defined. So this is the other requirement for Class B, and again, it just removes that special NDE requirement, the burden of the probability of detection. You really just need to have a NDE method that has a physical reference standard that has trained inspectors and have everything documented. And it's also potentially a little bit more tailorable for Class B parts to justify doing targeted NDE in certain critical areas of the part and reducing the scope of the NDE some. There is some language in the standard for the use of in-situ monitoring. It says prior to the use of a quantitative, a passive in-situ monitoring system as a quantitative indicator of part quality, it shall be qualified by the cognizant engineering organization in a manner analogous to other NDE techniques. So really what that means, if you're qualifying an NDE technique, you would need that probability of detection. For the in-situ monitoring system, you need to somehow verify the detection reliability. And once you've proven that you could do that, then you could define the in-situ monitoring method as part of your structural integrity rationale and a defect screening action for the part. It goes on to give a little bit more detail. Really, the big shift in using in-situ monitoring instead of NDE is that in a lot of cases with multiple monitoring type technologies or optical tomography, you're monitoring the process and kind of inferring what happens in the part. So that would require a thorough understanding of the physical basis for what you're measuring, what it's actually happening in the part, and then a proven causal correlation of those measured phenomena to a defined defective process state in the final part, as well as a statistical level of reliability for that. So if the process is qualified in that way, then it can be used to complement NDE. At this time, we wouldn't have a part that would have all of the NDE replaced by in-situ monitoring, considering the risk of flaws forming later on in the process or flaws not being detected. But it would be able to be used if there's an area of the part that's not very inspectable, internal feature, something like that, then the in-situ monitoring could be used to complement the NDE and help certify that part. And then just a note that even if people have no interest in really qualifying an in-situ monitoring system to help certify their part, it's still encouraged to have in-situ monitoring on as many AM machines as possible that are being used for certified parts, just as a really good source of process control data. And it can also help guide targeted inspection in certain areas where something was seen in the process. So there are several different aspects of certification where in-situ monitoring can be used. I mentioned it can be used just kind of as a process control data. So when you're developing the qualified material process, if you're doing parameter development builds, that can be a really good time to monitor the effect of those parameter changes in the monitoring data. In part classification, I mentioned that framework that if the AM risk is reduced by a part having better inspectability, then it could have a better risk posture under that framework. And then again, that would have to be with an inspection process that is qualified. And then the part production plan is where you lay out the integrated structural integrity rationale for all of the defect screening actions, including NDE and proof testing. And that's where you could identify in-situ monitoring as one of those if the technique was qualified. And then in production controls, there's a requirement for statistical process control, testing witness specimens over time, but you could also develop your own additional metrics in the in-situ monitoring data to track to help keep up on that. Currently, the certification approach does not allow the use of adaptive systems. And what that would be technologies that monitor the process, detect that something is wrong, or something is not within range of what they want it to be, and then adjust the machine parameters in response. And for a lot of people, this is a really big goal of in-situ monitoring, is to be able to do real-time correction or repair, to have parts that are built 100% correct the first time. An issue with that, as in terms of the current NASA framework, is that it's based on a locked process, the qualified material process. And so if you're changing that process constantly, then the whole basis for the certification framework is kind of out the window. So we'll have to come up with a new approach for how we would certify these types of adaptive systems that focuses more on consistency of outcomes, not consistency of machine settings. So there are a lot of adaptive systems out there in the world, especially for DEV systems that monitor some aspect and then adjust in response. They're coming more and more developed for other additive methods as well. So trying to go along with that and come up with a way to certify those. There are a couple issues that we can see for the verification of the process. The first would be verifying the sensor performance, the algorithm that's processing the sensor data and deciding what to do, and then the machine response, how it's implemented. And those would really just be verifying the control system itself, which we can kind of lean on the expertise of the NASA spacecraft control system community and come up with some approaches for that. One potential issue is a black box issue if the machine parameters are not really available to the user, or if the algorithm, how it's deciding what to act on, or even in the case of some neural networks and machine learning, it's not explainable to the user what it's actually doing to make that decision. We would need to find a way to get that information from the vendor, collaborate with them, or potentially try to develop a transfer function approach between the inputs and the outputs. And then another aspect is verifying the physics of the change. This is, kind of a little more tricky to verify. Whatever you're trying to keep this measurement constant or change this measurement when you get into a tighter geometry, whatever changes you're deciding to make, are they actually having a good effect on the material? And so that would require potentially revalidation for certainly different AM machines and different materials, but potentially even for every different part geometry. So in conclusion, there's a place for NDE and in-situ monitoring both in the NASA certification approach. So if you want to use it at in-situ monitoring for quantitative part quality, then it would need to be qualified. And the main challenge there, that's kind of a big paradigm shift from thinking about NDE, is that correlation of not only detecting the indication, but also correlating that to a defect in the finished part. And then qualifying a closed loop adaptive system is something that we'll have to develop a new approach. So that's all I have for today. I think I've got plenty of time left, so I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you so much, Erin. A lot of really good information there. I know it's early in the day. We do have at least a couple questions that have come in through the chat. So if anybody just joined late, feel free to send your questions in the chat to all panelists. The first question here is, you mentioned several NASA standards. What's your perspective or NASA's perspective on the development of public standards? And I take that to mean, sort of voluntary consensus standards developed by, independent standard developing organizations. And then sort of related to that, how does NASA consider using those public standards when there's already a NASA standard that exists?
Yeah, as many public standards as can be developed are better, we think. And so we're involved in developing some of those. So far in this realm for additive, there's been the ASTM guide for NDE of additive that we helped work on, as well as an ASTM guide for in-situ monitoring. And those don't really have requirements, more guidance, but those are always helpful to have out there. And a really big push of getting Marshall standard out a few years back and getting the new NASA standard out now is just having some guidance documents out there, because there wasn't a lot out there available to go from. And so we were hoping that would be able to serve as a good framework for a lot of others as well. The integration of other standards is not something we've really had to deal with yet, because there aren't a lot of requirements that directly overlap. But as any new ASTM or ISO standards come out that are applicable, we'd probably try to integrate those approaches into the NASA approach so that they're consistent.
Okay, thank you, Erin. We do have a question from Niall O'Dowd. I'm going to unmute you. You want to go ahead and ask your question?
Hi, thanks. I also posted in the chat. I just wanted to ask what the best way to get involved with NASA to certify a method of in-situ monitoring. So you mentioned that there are a couple different certifications, accuracy of the process monitoring, and then a further step, accuracy or uncertainty of that final part quality with the features monitored. And love to get involved with NASA, and I was just wondering what the best way to reach out would be.
Okay. Yeah, we're definitely working in-house and through some collaborations, trying to develop that framework and get some data on those correlations, case studies of if we had a vendor who was trying to qualify a process, how we would want them to prove that. So that definitely is something we are very actively working on. Good ways to collaborate. You can reach out to me and I can get you some more information. You have a few SBIR projects working with small businesses and developing monitoring techniques. We have some partnerships with universities getting more into the correlation of indications in CT and in situ data. But definitely reach out to me and we can work something out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's another question. So the perception is it seems that NASA views in situ monitoring and ex situ NDE in a similar way. How can we qualify in situ monitoring when qualified NDE methods do not exist? For example, uninspectable parts.
Okay. Yeah, so qualifying a CT method, what we have in mind for that would be verifying that you can find the right defect type and size in a part, which of course is always a challenge to try to simulate artificial defects in a part that would be representative of if you had a real defect. But developing artifacts and proving that out would be the general approach for NDE. And so it'd be similar for in situ monitoring, and it is a challenge in both cases to try to qualify those processes to have reliable detection. And in situ monitoring, it's not really thought of the same as NDE. It's definitely a big leap from the in-process indications versus the knowing that there's an actual defect in the part. So to be able to use it like NDE in that qualified matter would require a correlation between monitoring data and NDE that we haven't had implemented yet. We haven't seen that yet, but that would be the ideal.
All right, well, the questions are now coming in fast and furious. Everybody's had their coffee. So you may have sort of just touched on this one. What are the techniques that qualify for verifying the defects for NASA standards?
Okay, so there aren't necessarily certain NDE techniques called out, but it would just need to be able to meet the requirements of NASA standard 5009 for NDE. So the methods that are listed in 5009 are a lot of the standard methods like penetrant, eddy current, magnetic particle, although we haven't really used that on additive, ultrasonics, and then X-ray. Computed tomography, CT, is actually not listed as one of the standard methods, but anything that isn't a standard method in 5009 falls under that special NDE category. And since AM falls under the special NDE category anyways, it's really open to any inspection method that can meet the requirements and just basically show a probability of detection of 90% detection at 95% confidence.
Okay. There's another one. Do you think benchmarking of in-process monitoring / feedback systems would be useful, and how would you approach it?
Yeah, that would be good. We haven't really worked in that area much, but any system that we can have, a baseline of knowing how it works in reliable detection, at least even for a different material, for a different additive method, would be a great starting point for being able to apply it. And it would really just be taking that as a starting point and making sure that we can get the reliable detection that we need.
There's another one. One of the biggest limitations with sensors today seems to be the issue of false positives of defects in laser powder bed fusion, at least. Is NASA digging down to the weeds level of defining algorithm quality constraints? For example, setting statistical limits on false positive, or is NASA waiting for industry to tackle challenges like these?
That is something that we're working towards and will definitely be a big thing we'll have to look into if we are qualifying an in situ monitoring system, which we haven't done yet. But we are looking into some developments with private companies and with some university partners, developing algorithms for processing in situ data, and false positives are a huge problem. A big aspect that we found to be pretty reliable is if an indication persists through multiple layers. So that would probably be one aspect. And then obviously things like the shape and the intensity are used by a lot of imaging processes. So it really, again, be a matter of correlating the indications with the CT data. But if there are a lot of false positives in the indications, then that would not be considered a very good correlation, if that makes sense. So it wouldn't just be, yes, we found every defect in CT in the in situ monitoring data. It would be, we only found those, or maybe a few false positives that we had to investigate. But off the marks, false positives wouldn't be good. And there is a threshold for that in NASA Standard 5009 and the probability of detection approach.
So we'll do one more. The good news is Aaron is going to be part of our panel discussion this afternoon, and there are still some more questions, but I'll just do this last one. Is NASA mostly focused on metal AM and NDE, or have you also investigated NDE for polymer AM?
We are mostly focused on metal. The reasoning for that is that polymer parts would generally be only used for Class C non-structural parts, so we wouldn't need to do NDE on those. We are looking into NDE and methods for certification of parts manufactured in space. And one of the methods that we're developing for the space station is bound metal deposition, which prints polymers with metal particles and then debinds and sinters that together. So we do have some in situ monitoring systems that are geared towards polymers and have some early stage efforts considering NDE technologies for the space station and gateway and beyond. And are considering that we might have polymer parts at some point in that process.
Well, thanks very much, Aaron. As I said, if folks want to sort of jot down their questions, we can come back to anything we didn't get to this afternoon, but I do want to make sure we're staying on track. So our next presenter is going to be Dr. Ehsan Toysarkani. He is a professor and Canada Research Chair in Additive Manufacturing at the University of Waterloo. So let me make you the presenter.
All right, thank you, everyone. I'll consider, I'll make a point here to look for your questions in the chat and try to get all those answered.
Thanks very much, Aaron. Dr. Toysarkani, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, James and ANSI, for inviting me to talk in this event. It's a great pleasure to present one of our important research and technical programs being conducted at the Multi-Scale Additive Manufacturing Laboratory of the University of Waterloo in close collaborations with EOS. The presentation title is Photodiode-Based Monitoring and Quality Assurance Paradigms for Laser Powder Bed Fusion, a Systematic Approach. The presentation is a little bit more technical, but I would try to actually keep it at high level. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge the contributions of my students and industrial partner, Katayun Taherkhani, who is completing her PhD, Dr. Sheidaian, who is my former PhD student, and she's now with Fraunhofer IWS in Germany, and also Dr. Martin Otto and Christopher Iche from EOS in Germany. For today, the table of content includes a brief overview of Multi-Scale Additive Manufacturing Laboratory of the University of Waterloo, a systematic approach to in situ photodiodes monitoring and analytical machine learning defect detection algorithms, and also defect healing using an intermittent controllers that some people actually call it feed-forward, and also conclusions and outlook. I take the liberty to talk a little bit about the University of Waterloo, given the fact we are not in the US. University of Waterloo has been the most innovative university in Canada for the last 32 years. That is recognized annually by Macrines magazine, the most respected publication in Canada. The university has also been ranked as first in Canada and 22nd in the world by 2021 PitchBook Top 50 Universities for Founders. It's an indicator for universities that produce the most successful entrepreneurs. UW hosts the largest faculty of engineering in Canada, and its quantum computing and math and computer programs are among the best in the world. Within the university and in the Faculty of Engineering, we have established the most comprehensive additive manufacturing academic center in Canada called AMSAM. AMSAM hosts a large suite of metal additive manufacturing machines and characterization systems. Again, if you are interested to have more information about the center, please take a look at its website as it has been highlighted here in this slide. We are conducting a wide range of R&D and for different engineering and medical sectors when we work on material and process development, AM adoption for applications in aerospace, communication, automotive, and medical, and in situ monitoring and quality assurance for both LPBF and LDED. In particular, we have a few in-house developed monitoring devices, including trinocular CMOS IR-based systems for LDED and recently for LPBF. In addition, our LBPF systems from EOS include melt-pool monitoring and optical tomography. So let me start with a quotation from Richard Davey from his book called The Pan-Industrial Revolution: How New Manufacturing Titans Will Transform the World. He says, today additive manufacturing is achieving economies of scale in a variety of ways, and doing so without sacrificing economies of scope. In order to really move towards low and high value manufacturing, like all conventional techniques, in situ monitoring and quality assurance procedures and tools are of the utmost importance in aiding manufacturers in quality management and certification, as mentioned by the first presenter. In situ monitoring and its impact on the process health monitoring definitely call for the development of standards. And as you can see, ASTM and some other ISO and other standard organizations are working very hard to develop concrete, reliable standards as best practices or specifications for industry. However, there are challenges with in situ monitoring and quality assurance specifically for LPBF. Some of the points listed in this slide are my humble opinions, and I understand some of them are very debatable. Most in situ monitoring technologies, specifically for laser powder bed fusion, are not yet advanced enough to detect process disturbances reliably with high level of confidence. Many developments have been carried on in-house developed systems, making it very, very hard to replicate. Too many intrinsic and extrinsic parameters involved in the laser powder bed fusion, as you are aware of it, causing major nonlinear, non-harmonic disturbances during the process. Requirement to an adaptive calibration platform due to temperature dependency of parameters should be addressed, and not adequate resolution and accuracy and sampling frequency in monitoring devices to count for small size defects. A lack of model-based monitoring and quality assurance platforms, from my perspective, is another challenge. So to address some of these challenges, we proposed a research program with EOS a few years ago. Specifically, we proposed the objective, an objective such that it enables us to systematically look at the photodiode-based monitoring devices and how and to what extent they can help manufacturers when it comes to quality assurance. This graphical abstract sheds some light on what we have been doing with EOS. Again, you know the process. Within the process, we are using on-axial and off-axial photodiodes. We have accessibility to decrypted data, correction factors on geometrical distortion and also chromatic aberrations are applied on decrypted data. A variety of online data analysis are being done using analytical and machine learning algorithms. We look at layer-wise defect detection, as you can see here, and definitely we have to do validation and calibration using CT data. So the first part on the top definitely can be used for quality assurance, as Erin actually mentioned in her presentation. However, we try to really see whether we can get some further information from male pool monitoring and the detection algorithm and use it in an adaptive or a closed loop manner using a controller. We call it intermittent controller. Some people actually call it feed forward. Again, it's debatable. But within the controller, we can actually consider the voxelizations and also some rule-based logic that can actually provide a better laser power map to be fed to the machine for the following layers in a segmental way. So in terms of analytical and machine learning methods, several methods have been applied and to decrypt it, in fact, to decrypt the data set to shed some light on the extent of matching between the actual defects and signal collected from the photodiodes. Again, the absolute limits method that applies the moving average on the light intensity signal. The signal dynamics that calculates the signal disturbance in which each measure point will be compared with mean value. The short-term fluctuation, that is a moving average with a longer filter length, and also unsupervised methods, specifically self-organized mapping, in which the algorithm is not provided with any pre-assigned labels or scores for the training, and also supervised machine learning methods that are defined by its use of label data sets to train algorithms to classify data to predict outcomes accurately. So at the beginning of the project, we started to look at the data in a non-systematic way. When we take the process inputs and outputs as black box. However, as you can guess, we could not come up with any tangible results, and our confidence level on the applicability of photodiodes for LPPF was very low. However, we decided to look at the challenges differently and in a systematic manner. To this end, we designed several coupons with intentional defects with size from 100 micron to 350 microns, where intentional defects were incorporated into the original design to mimic lack of fusion. Vertical and horizontal notches were incorporated into the design for data registry and matching with CT datasets. And also a periodic change in the height of the intentional cylindrical defects was considered in some samples. And also we included some spherical inclusion and in fact defects in the parts. To investigate the role of process parameters, part location, gas flow, and so on and so forth, we propose a design of experiments that include many parts with different intentional defects distributed in the build plate. From each condition, 8 samples were fabricated per each print, and the entire build plate was printed 6 times. So you can say that we have a lot of samples per each conditions to really have a reliable repeatability analysis. Materials tested so far are Hastelloy X and Titanium 64, and results to be presented in the following few slides are related to Hastelloy X. For analysis, we only look at the capping layer. As seen in these images, during the time that we are just building intentional defects, we are not collecting any data we are not doing any analysis on the data collected from the photodiode. However, in the capping layer, as you can see here in the right image, and several successive layers where we have uniform laser trajectory, we did the analysis. For example, here you can see for a specific layer, one part from the build layout, as you can see here, layer N, the last layer that we are making the intentional effect, the layer N+1, which is the capping layer, N+2 and N+3. So we have been able to, in fact, apply the defect detection algorithms using different algorithms, as I mentioned it before, and defects are somehow presented by yellow pixels. The effect of defects definitely faded as we move to the, in fact, successive layers, n+2, n+3, but it gives a nice trend of how we might be able to heal a defect when it comes to the implementation of intermittent controllers. We also try to analyze the data collected from the off-axis photodiode. As seen here, we could not find any meaningful data from the off-axis photodiode, and consequently, we abandoned the use of off-axis photodiode for our experiments. So what we learned from the systematic approach was that the absolute limits works better, and it gives much higher confidence and repeatability compared to other methods. When it comes to analytical methods, I'm not talking about machine learning. We were also able to identify proper thresholds and also windows length for moving average. A result of this methodology have been published recently in this journal paper. If you are interested to dig into it, please take a look at this journal paper. After doing this, we realized that, however, the issues with the implementation of these analytical approaches is somehow related to computational time that would hinder the use of an intermittent controllers or feed-forward controllers that, in fact, expose some major delay between printing each layers. Therefore, we started to look at several unsupervised models like self-organizing map. You can see the comparison between the outcome of absolute limits and machine learning. With machine learning, we actually implemented a self-organized method in a very unconventional way. This type of machine learning is mainly used in grids and images to reduce dimensionality. And they do some classification, but we deploy it to a time series data sets that is just unidirectional. The results are promising, and again, we have submitted a journal paper under review, hopefully if it would be accepted, so it would be available for public to review. Here, for example, we use a 1x9 S1 platform and to classify the data set to 9 classes. Given the disturbances and frequency of each class, one class matches with the intentional defects very well. Other classes provide very interesting features that are under further investigations. Again, as seen in the right figure, we compare the results of absolute limit and machine learning, and machine learning actually provides better accuracy and prediction rate. And most importantly, the computational time of machine learning is way less than absolute limit. In fact, when we actually apply this machine learning to data of each layer, not really for the entire part being built, and that would actually could be done in a very small fraction of a second. So, in order to really push the technologies or methodologies towards identification of randomized porosity within the part, we had to do one more step. Given the healing nature of the process, we propose a voxelization method in which we include 3 to 4 layers for analysis. Also, overlaps between voxel and surrounding area are considered through an overlapping approach. Accuracy of prediction was done through this equation that you can see on the top. And you can see TP is standing for, in fact, true positive, and TN for true negative. So this is a kind of experimental, in fact, a statistical analysis that we have done here. Results were compared with CT images, as seen here. The true prediction was in the range of 70%. As you can see here, you can see this histogram, close to 75%, or so for pores larger than 120 microns. In a nutshell, the approach give some better confidence to detect good number of porosity, but with large size. We are not talking about any porosities less than 100 microns here. Again, these results suggest that due to the relative coarse resolutions and low frequency of melt pool monitoring, it is extremely challenging to expect that the current photodiodes would be able to detect pores smaller than 100 microns. However, with the advancement of monitoring systems, there is a hope that they would be able to predict much finer pores directly down the road. In addition to the prediction of quality of printed parts using the monitoring systems and the developed detection algorithms, this question has always been in our mind: can we use the photodiode as a feedback device and let the process heal the pores in an intelligent manner? Our preliminary results show that it seems the idea of an feed-forward or intermittent controllers may work. Not getting to confidential information, what I can disclose at this stage is that we have been able to deploy the defect detection algorithms in a layer-wise manner when we change the laser map intelligently based on a rule-based controller. We conducted several experiments, and preliminary results are very promising. It's still a long way to go. It's not really a concrete results at this stage. As seen here, let me just, I think these videos doesn't work. Here we go. As seen here, in fact, the controller has been able to heal many large pores larger than 120 micron, and the part density has been increased from 97.9 to 98.9% automatically. I'm hoping that they have more results in next few months to share publicly or just put it in publications after getting confirmations from our industrial partners. But again, the idea would work, but the question of calibration and effectiveness of it is still to be answered. As conclusion, the threshold levels and sampling windows obtained through the systematic approach apply to printed parts with intentional pores, facilitate the model-based detection platforms to identify randomized porosities. The successful detection is still limited to pores larger than 120 micron, and level of confidence in the detection is more than 75%, still not within the range of 90–95%. With new technical development and improving the hardware resolutions and frequency, the detection of finer pores is on horizon. In order to really bring what we did here, I received multiple, in fact, encouraging push from ASTM and some other organizations to really form a work item in ASTM, the work WK76983. It has been registered, and we are working on a craft as a best practice under institute defect detections and analysis. And we would like to really collect your feedback to really, when we go over, in fact, this exercise. I would like to acknowledge financial contributions of the Government of Canada, Government of Ontario, University of Waterloo, and ANSI and CFI, and also EOS in Germany. And thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Ehsan. Just as an FYI, I didn't want to interrupt your flow. Maybe you have another application over, but every so often, like half the screen would be grayed out on the right. So we will be circulating the full slide deck afterwards. Well, I was trying to figure out if it was happening at my end or whatever, but apologies for that. We do have some questions. One is, do you think your systematic approach could at some point serve as a standard method of quantifying monitoring, I guess for point of delivery or comparing sensor monitoring capabilities?
Yeah, this is our hope. We would like to really just see whether we would be able to use it as a benchmark or really as a platform to quantify, um, in fact, what we can get out of male pool monitoring and other, in fact, monitoring devices like optical tomography. One of our current activities is to really merge the data we are getting from male pool monitoring and optical tomography. We see some potential, but to be honest with you, it's very tough to really concretely and at 100 with high level of assurance say that what we are just developing would be a reliable methodologies that would be accepted by industry. Again, from academic point of view, it's fantastic, but when it comes to real practice, this is something that I believe I cannot really say at the moment.
There's another question, if you know, is there a public standard for voxelization data storage that the additive industry uses?
Well, I'm not 100% sure. We are digging into available standards because this is our first practice with ASTM. I haven't seen anything associated with voxelizations when it comes to monitoring and quality assurance. But again, as I told you, we haven't done our homework yet entirely, and I have to really just, the team is doing a very massive search to ensure we refer to right standards when we develop the craft of our own standards under that work item that I showed you.
Okay, we'll do one more. Recognizing the range of machine learning algorithms and approaches under development today, is there a need for standard test cases / functions in order to baseline algorithm reliability / performance?
Yes, absolutely. We need it. So we can see again some different approaches when it comes to machine learning, specifically for supervised methods, because people actually go with some labeling, scoring that are so subjective. We need to really come up with the standards when it comes to machine learning and even analytical methods.
Sorry, there is one more. Does the feedback add any delays, or is it another pass that you do?
No, nothing at this stage. Again, that algorithm is in fact computed very quickly. We are talking about something in the range of less than 500 milliseconds. So during the time that the coacher is putting the new layer, so the process is done, the new power map has been identified, and the laser power would be selectively changed during the print on that new slice.
All right, well, that appears to be all the questions for now.
Yeah, just again for your, it is not really a real-time control. This is, some people call it feed-forward. Again, I usually don't go with feed-forward because feed-forward within the field of control classic is really somehow real-time. It's not real-time. So that's why we go with intermittent controllers, a controller that can fix the parameters for the following layer.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, my pleasure.
Appreciate that. I think we'll now move on to our next presenter. So Dr. Abdallah Nassar is Associate Research Professor and Head of Process Physics Analytics in the Engineering Department in the Applied Research Laboratory at Penn State. So we will turn it over to him. We are seeing your slides, Abdallah, so the floor is yours.
All right. Hello, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. All right, so today I'd like to talk to you about in situ monitoring of and control of laser-based metal additive manufacturing. And of course, I'm presenting this, but this is really taking contributions by a lot of folks at both the Applied Research Lab at Penn State, with whom I'm affiliated, and Penn State University overall, as well as our industry and other academic partners. Okay, so first, who am I? I'm with Applied Research Lab at Penn State. I'll talk a little bit about more what that means in a second. Some years of experience in laser-based processing and additive manufacturing, et cetera, et cetera. So let's jump to the Applied Research Lab. So I just wanted to give everybody an idea of who I'm representing today because it's a little bit confusing. So the Applied Research Lab is a university-affiliated research center within Penn State. We are Penn State. We're a part of Penn State. The key differentiator is that we maintain a strategic long-term relationship with DoD, so we're all U.S. citizens. We're essentially a government contractor within a university. What that allows us to do is both work on very fundamental problems. So we work on NSF programs and those types of very fundamental science effort, as well as very applied high TRL levels extending to actually developing things that go into the field. So that's kind of the perspective that I'm bringing to this today, trying to look at both the fundamental science and the technologies, as well as how to apply that science to an actual implementation. So first, in terms of in situ sensing for AM, one of the things that's difficult, and I want to bring to everybody's attention, is it's really hard to differentiate the hype and the reality. And to illustrate this, I just pulled a bunch of articles from magazines that are available out there, industry magazines that folks reference and look at. And you see all these advertisements, essentially these articles being put out by OEMs and others for the past half decade or more. So for instance, and I'm not picking on one manufacturer, I tried to pull from a representative list. Concept Laser came out with their QM melt pool, had a press release in 2016. EOS had something similar in 2016. Well, okay, that was 5 years ago. Maybe more than 5 years ago. There are still folks that are publicizing in situ monitoring systems. The number of publications on in situ monitoring have exploded over the past decade. The question that I would ask is, honestly, how much progress have we made? There are these photodiode systems, these camera systems on almost every commercial machine that you purchase today, but no one, and sort of this was emphasized in Aaron's presentation, could with a straight face make the claim that those in situ monitoring systems are a substitute for NDE methods, or even that they have proved particularly useful in complementing NDE methods. So I think that's sort of a reality check about where we are today. So what I'm going to try to address is what the issues are and where standards development might be able to help. So traditional process performance qualification methods require that you have a repetitive manufacturing process to achieve a product or products that exhibit equivalent performance, right? So if we compare additive manufacturing with something like welding, if we were going to qualify a welding process, what you would typically do is go into the AWS standards and the ASME, section 9, and say that I have to develop a process, a welding process specification and a process qualification record in order to ensure that a specific type of weld is made appropriately and that I'm able to document all steps in completing that weld, and I'm able to document who performed that weld and what their qualifications were and what tests they were able to pass to perform that weld. If I were to go on and do a different type of weld, I would then have to repeat that process over again. So that's done. Everybody kind of knows how to do that in industry. The problem, arguably, is that this really only works if all the manufacturing functions can be well defined. However, additive manufacturing has this particular attractive quality of being able to do very, very complicated things, one-off products, small lot production, etc. So this complexity that AM offers is really not so free. It makes the idea of qualifying a process very, very difficult. And I would argue that the current standards that are available out there can work for a particular type of product. But if, for instance, you're trying to build a component that has both bulk geometry and lattice type structures built within it, does anyone really believe that the same inspection techniques that are available to look at something like a lattice type structure, and something like a very large bulk item will work in both areas. I would argue that's going to be difficult for you to actually demonstrate. So why do we need in situ monitoring? I think the reason you really need in situ monitoring for a process like AM, where particular process steps are highly variable depending on the geometry and the material system that you pick, is that in situ monitoring offers the opportunity to potentially verify part quality, potentially regardless of this part geometry. It can also serve to augment process and part qualification. And importantly, it can also enable process control if we know what we're doing. Nothing I'm saying here is hopefully all that new or potentially controversial. So what type of in situ monitoring and what type of sensing are we really talking about? And I would argue that you could break down the landscape into a couple of different boxes. So today, most machine manufacturers have, and many end users have perfected the art of process mapping, of being able to pick your key critical process variables, your power, speed, hatch spacing, layer thickness, etc., and being able to develop a process map to do something like optimize density. Or perhaps you're not as interested in density as you are in the feature resolution, etc., but you can do that. So if you have a well-tuned process for a particular type of geometry where you've optimized everything and you're confident that everything is working appropriately, what do you need process monitoring for? Well, in that case, you probably still need to do some sort of machine health monitoring where you make sure that the laser power output is appropriate. So you periodically monitor the laser power. Many commercial systems now offer that to be able to monitor that on an interlayer basis. Scanner errors can be an issue. Maybe you want to monitor those, oxygen level, gas flow, etc., etc., etc. And there are some standards out there that serve as a useful guide into how you should configure machines and what kind of settings you need to lock in. So there's a ISO standard and ASTM standard that I've referenced on the slide here that I'd encourage you to take a look at. The issue, of course, and Erin alluded to this in her presentation, is that even with optimized processing conditions, you get these rogue flaws. We call them stochastic flaws. And so then that becomes a real issue. How do you better understand those flaws? Well, one approach is to do process monitoring, like using photodiode-based data, like Dr. Toyoskani spoke about. Using photodiodes, you can also use pyrometers, which are essentially photodiodes around specific wavelength. You can use spectrometers, you can use acoustic sensors, you can use layer-wise imaging. Whatever it is that you use. Oftentimes with these type of approaches, you do have to use some statistical tool or some machine learning based method to be able to reduce that data to something that's manageable and to be able to relate that to some ground truth, typically based on computed tomography data. There aren't very good standards on that front. There are some working items. There's a great working item that many folks have been involved with, largely led by Brandon Lane at NIST. With lots of other participants that I would encourage you to take a look at. I believe that's going through balloting now. And then on the other scale of things, you have these very high fidelity sensing approaches that are really not meant to be applied to commercial systems, but really help elucidate the physics. So those include things like high speed visible imaging, X-ray based imaging, high resolution tomography, etc. And that's also dealt with in the guide that I referred to earlier. And of course, you have post-process inspection methods that need to complement whatever it is that you do. I haven't called out the standards that are appropriate to that, but there's lots of actual standards out today. NASA has stuff, ASTM has stuff, and others do as well today. So these are the 4 boxes that I would kind of define. So first, you need to tune your process. You do your process mapping, but even then, you need to periodically monitor the critical variables. It's really helpful and encouraged to be able to apply some in situ data tools and monitoring tools to be able to actually capture what's going on in process that's still quite a ways from actually being ready for implementation, I would argue. And then you have the high fidelity sensing that's done by folks at universities and national labs and others to try to establish that causal relationship between what your sensor is observing and what's actually happening in the process. Some definitions, so various types of sensing approaches exist. There are some coaxial sensors that are out there. There are also the star and configuration sensors that are defined. The advantage of coaxial sensors is that they're integrated within your machine's optical path. They follow the laser. They're really the only way you can sense multi-laser processes that exist today. So many commercial systems now have 2, 3, 4, some systems being deployed have 9 or more lasers. So you really can't do that very effectively with sort of star and configuration sensors, with the exception of interlayer imaging of your powder bed. You can also deploy a variety of different sensor types. So there are single point detectors, which are very scalable. These are things like photodiodes, microphones. You can have many of these on a single machine. Then there are these array type detectors like cameras that are not so scalable, but also provide significant amounts of data if you can handle that data. So now that we know sort of the types of sensing approaches that we're interested in, and we know a little bit of detail about the sensor types, the question becomes, you want to acquire useful data on your process. So how quickly do you need to sense the process? And there's really 2 different scales, one for powder bed, the other for directed energy deposition. So for powder bed fusion, you're looking at weld pools on the order of maybe 1 millimeter long, maybe about 200 microns in diameter. And if you want to really acquire data that is related to the melt pool oscillations or the keyholing type of phenomena, you really need to be capturing on the order of 20 to 50 kilohertz. That's very, very fast. There are available data acquisition and control systems. We have deployed many that can operate at this rate, but you're now looking at, recording gigabytes of data per layer, and over the course of a multi-day build, you can easily be ending up collecting on the order of 1 terabyte of data. So what ends up happening is you collect all this data and it sits around and you can't analyze it. It's just not feasible for an engineer to go through all that data. So then you really have to lean on statistical or machine learning based techniques. And I'll talk a little bit more about why that's potentially problematic in the current landscape of available sort of standards. On the directed energy deposition end, things are much, much more scalable. So with DED techniques, we're talking about melt pools on the order of millimeters in sizes. For something like a lens type process where you have a powder blown process and a 500-ish watt laser, you're talking about a couple of millimeters by a couple of millimeters. For very large wire arc based processes, you could be talking about tens of millimeters in terms of melt pool size. So you can have manageable data acquisition rates on the order of 100 hertz to 250 hertz. Very, very easy to do. You can capture reasonably sized data sets and be able to analyze them. But you still really want to rely on statistical based techniques when you can, in order to make sense of that data so you don't have to go sift through it manually. How does this look like when you actually implement it in process? This is an example of some of the sensors that we have here at Penn State ARL, many different types of sensors out there in industry. So coaxial sensors, there's a variety of them available. We've deployed things like coaxial visible imaging, coaxial infrared imaging, 2-color pyrometry. Illuminated melt pool imaging is very useful, wherein you have a camera system looking at your melt pool, but you're not looking at sort of passive emissions. You're illuminating it with a laser or very high intensity diodes. Spectrometers are incredibly useful to understand what's going on. They are slow, so you're looking at acquisition rates on the order of 100 hertz tops. We've implemented things like plume imaging, where we're not looking at the melt pool itself, but we're looking at the vaporization, vapor that's coming off of the plume. We've done significant works in powder flow monitoring. A couple of patents with some industry folks have come out recently on that topic. That's something that's likely going to be deployed on commercial systems in the next year. Laser ultrasonics, this is a little bit lower TRL level, but it's something that we're working on with several faculty members within Penn State as well, and it offers the opportunity to really see what's going on within the material as you're building it up. Happy to cover these in more detail during the Q&A session or the panel discussion. On the powder bed fusion side, you still have your suite of sensors. So this is some of the sensors that are on our EOS M280 and our Pro X320 system. I only present them here again for illustration, and happy to talk about them more during the discussion. So layer-wise imaging, this is something that's very, very useful, probably on every commercial system today, where you take a picture of your powder bed as your layers proceed. We also have deployed things like spectrometers and acoustic sensors, air-coupled acoustic sensors. Very difficult to make sense of the data from an acoustic sensor, but we're working on it. You can also have these high-fidelity approaches where you get these, very, very expensive cameras. You're talking about a couple $100,000 for a camera system, and you put them on your machine to try to really elucidate the process physics. Not at all practical for real commercial-based processes, but really good at elucidating physics. We've, of course, deployed custom coaxial sensors, little 3D illustration of what happens when you rasterize that data, we call it, or voxelize it. You can say that as well, and combine it into an actual 3D image of your part. Plenty of work on IR imaging. IR imaging is very, very difficult. We just completed a 2-year effort with an industry partner and some academic folks just on calibrating an IR image, and we were really only able to calibrate it between around 100 degrees Celsius to about 400 degrees Celsius with any degree of confidence over the powder bed. But that potentially provides you the ability to monitor temperature buildup on a per layer basis. Again, working with acoustic folks to look at diffuse field ultrasonics, being able to look at acoustic emissions that are generated now during the actual process. This is very useful in potentially hearing cracks forming and understanding where the cracks are forming, as well as understanding microstructural developments during the actual process. So lots of different sensing approaches available today. But what are the fundamental challenges? What I would argue is that the fundamental challenges are, first, there's a wide range of time and length scales, and I've talked to you a little bit about that. With DED, it's a little bit easier. You can get by working at 100 to 250 hertz in terms of your sensing. With powder bed fusion, it's harder. You're talking about 50 kilohertz. System interfacing and data acquisition, this is problematic because many systems out there are fairly closed. What I would say, though, is that the components on the systems are reasonably common across manufacturers. So we've integrated our data acquisition sensing control systems on EOS machines, on Concept M2 systems, on 3D Systems machine. We actually have systems out at GE Research that are going to be deployed to the Army and the Navy. So it's possible, if you know what you're doing, to integrate with these commercial systems. They have proprietary protocols, but you can reverse engineer them if you have the right tools available to you. The other issue that was alluded to in the last presentation is the fact that you have many variables and the fact that lots of people are doing research on home-built systems and publishing lots of articles. I would argue that there's a replication crisis. The replication crisis doesn't just apply to the soft sciences. There is a real replication crisis with the publications that are out there regarding additive manufacturing. Not everybody's reporting their variables. Oftentimes, the build plans that they're using are opaque in terms of both the power, speed combinations, as well as the actual vectors that are used to build those parts. And if you try to reproduce what's available in the literature, sometimes it matches, sometimes it doesn't. This is a real problem. The volume of data being generated is enormous, particularly for powder bed fusion. We have many terabytes of data available to us. In industry, I know industry partners that literally have tens, hundreds of terabytes that they've collected that they don't know what to do with. Alignment registration uncertainty is incredibly challenging for powder bed fusion and directed energy deposition. The layer on which a defect occurs is not necessarily the layer in CT, for instance, on which you will observe that defect, because melt pools have a size and a depth to them, and things move within the melt. Big challenges. The question is, can standardization help meet these challenges? And I would argue absolutely yes. If we can approach it in a systematic way and try to tackle each of these challenges one by one. The work items being developed by ASTM and others, I think will go a long way towards that as well. And I'd be happy to talk more about these things. So after all of this is done, after you've collected your data, after you've done your alignment and registration, after you've done all that, now what do you do? And I don't want to talk about the specific studies unless you bring up questions, but this is just sort of an illustration of the types of things you can do only if and only if you're able to acquire data at the appropriate rates and you're able to register them appropriately and you know your confidence levels. So we've demonstrated, for instance, that you can predict porosity on a per layer basis with some degree of confidence using things like photodiodes, either off-axis or in-axis. You can easily distinguish between lack of fusion conditions, severe keyholing, ideal processing, both on the powder bed fusion side as well as on the directed energy deposition side. You can do things like interlayer closed loop control of the build plan to be able to control microstructure and material properties. In this case, we were controlling path plan on a per layer basis. So what you'll see is that the laser is actually jumping, and what it's doing is that there's a pyrometer monitoring the start temperature of each hatch. If the temperature is too high, it skips to its next nearest neighbor, and then it continues until all hatches are filled in within a particular layer. Simple algorithm, works beautifully to control microstructure throughout your entire part. And of course, we can get into the machine learning and the neural network type stuff. So we've demonstrated, for instance, that you can identify local porosity. There's been a couple of publications out. We can detect defects with 95, 97% levels. The question I would have for you to think about is that good enough? No, not even close. If you want to have a machine learning based method that's reliable, you really need accuracies on the order of 99 point something plus. The current machine learning approaches can't do that. I would also point you back to Erin's presentation, where she talked about NASA standard 6030. And what she said was that your in situ monitoring methods need to be tied to a causal event, meaning you need to be able to understand what caused, how your sensor data is related to some initial fundamental phenomenon. That's a problem. That's a huge problem. When I read that to me means that you cannot use machine learning, period. You cannot use a neural net or a CNN, because if you use a neural net, that causal piece is gone. All you have left is a correlation piece. So does that mean that standard needs to be looked at a little bit more closely, or does that need that we need to get more sophisticated in approaches? I think that's a topic well worth discussion. Finally, just a little tidbit on what you need to do in order to actually align your data and register. I keep alluding to this because the machine learning piece, the statistical piece, that we can do. But you can't do that unless you have really, really well aligned data. We can do that. We can do data fusion, but it's taken us many years to get there. You need, for something like a supervised machine learning approach, you need to take your CT data, you need to be able to register it, you need to have some defect identification method that's semi-automated but provides you a high degree of confidence. For your in situ sensor data, you need to do something similar where you need to register the data, be able to split it into parts, be able to register it to the actual build plane coordinates, the same coordinates that are used for your CT data, and you need to typically rasterize it in some way. You need to be able not just to look at the layer where you think the defect occurred, but take a neighborhood in order to be able to correlate it to something in the CT data, because flaws aren't necessarily where you try to insert them or where they naturally occur. Things move. And finally, once all of that's done, you run your analysis. So at least 80 to 90% of the work is registration, aligning your data, making sure what you've collected is appropriate. So I think I'm out of time. I'd be happy to discuss with you any of these topics, and a slide just highlighting some of our capabilities here at Penn State Applied Research Lab at Sim3D. We basically have all the processes covered for metal AM. So I'd be happy to collaborate with anybody who's interested. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Abdallah. We will do a couple questions here. Abdallah will be with us this afternoon as well. There's one that you mentioned some ASTM work items, and the question is whether certain aspects or documented considerations in those, specifically sensor framework design, field of view, sampling frequency.
Yeah, so that work item is very long. And it does both include some discussion of each of those items, as well as it references you to some existing standards. So things like field of view, and resolution, etc. There are well-developed standards for those types of things when it comes to camera-based systems, for instance. So we don't try to invent the wheel in that working item. And again, a lot of the heavy lifting was honestly done by Brandon Lane at NIST. I know Aaron was on that group as well. I'm on that group. There's lots of other people on that group. But a lot of what was intended in that standard is to both introduce those items in the context of additive manufacturing, particularly powder bed fusion, as well as to reference the reader to the existing standards that are out there.
Okay, there's another one on a different slant. Any deep network machine learning, or is it primarily NN / I guess conventional neural net AI for classifying part acceptability?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the architectures that we've worked with have been primarily using shallow neural nets. So we've used both shallow neural nets and convolutional neural nets. We don't like to use lots and lots of hidden layers because once you get into the real deep learning stuff, well, let's put it this way. When you use a neural network, you're already working with a black box. So you don't really know what it's doing. When you use a CNN, it's even gets worse. And then the more layers you add, the more you're kind of in the dark. We found that using a reasonably shallow neural net or a CNN has given us pretty good performance. As we grow more sophisticated, we try to get, add more layers and, maybe use a combination. When you work with the machine learning folks, and I know a little bit about machine learning, but it's enough to get me into trouble. So I work with the real experts who are in here within ARL and at other institutions. And it's really more of a black art than a science at this point. So we try lots of different architectures and we see what works best, honestly. That's what we do. We have some kind of ideas going in about what's going to work and what's not going to work. But at the end of the day, a lot of the developments are basically, let's throw something at the wall and see what sticks. The hard part is not the machine learning. Quite honestly, the hard part is not the machine learning stuff. The hard part is getting your data in the correct formats, being able to actually figure out the registration, being able to figure out how to compare a neighborhood from your in situ sensor data to a neighborhood of your CT data, for instance, and what metrics to pull in, how to do the dimensionality reduction piece before you throw something into a neural net. That's the hard part. Hopefully I've answered your question.
Okay, we'll do one more for now. And so is it sufficient enough to fix the part geometry in order to develop these sensor frameworks, or do we need fully defined geometries and processes to provide a suitable starting point for assessing sensor capability? That's
a really good question. And I don't know if I'm the right person to answer that, quite honestly. What I would say is, I would point that to Aaron or another sort of organization that really needs to implement these parts. In my opinion, I think that if you have a well-defined geometry on one machine with one material system, it makes sense that you can record sensor data from that build and compare it to each subsequent build to look for systematic variations. I think that's an easy case to make. Unfortunately, and there are folks who can probably do that. If GE's producing 100,000 fuel nozzles, and they're producing it using the same exact build plan on one type of EOS machine, I think that's an easy case to make where they can look at systematic variations in sensor signatures from repeated builds. Unfortunately, with AM, typically we're not doing that. We want to build lots of complicated things in very small lots. So yeah, I think there's a case to be made for that. I don't know how useful that is compared to being able to develop methods that can detect flaws from a variety of geometries.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks very much, Abdallah. We're going to move on in the interest of time here to our next presenter. Solomon Dunning is a research engineer in the additive manufacturing technology development area, structural materials at the University of Dayton Research Institute. Solomon, we can see your screen.
All right.
We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
All right. Thanks, Jim. So what I'm going to do is kind of give a general overview of America Makes project we did, reducing time to first good AM part through in-situ sensor-driven NDE. And I think this program, this project we did really highlights a lot of what all of the other panelists have talked about, some of the different challenges and things in the in-situ monitoring space that the industry has to overcome in order to really lead to qualifiable parts. So I think I'll kind of go a high level look at this project and kind of showcase a little bit of what all the other panelists have been talking about. So general overview of the program is really fast program through America Makes Open Call, 6-month program, started about a year ago, around 250 total funding. UDRI, that's where I'm from, was the prime on this, and we had a great program team of Northrop Grumman, Zeiss, Open Additive, and Macy Consulting as well. So the problem we were trying to solve here is really, what Abdallah was touching on in his talk was that metal AM is great, has a lot of design freedom, but that does come at a cost. So metal AM is this kind of iterative trial and error printing process. We work towards locking down parameters for specific part geometries and whatnot, but as soon as we have really complex geometry, it becomes kind of this tribal knowledge of figuring out how to put the part on the plate, how to support it, orientation, where it is on the plate, what machine it's being printed on, all these other parameters that go into this really turn this problem into this kind of trial and error process where we're trying to get to that first good part, but this ends up leading to a lot of time-consuming post-inspection steps, long lead times, and high cost. And often when we're working with high criticality parts, we need some sort of high resolution NDE to find a lot of these non-conformances in these high criticality parts. And depending on your geometry and your material, it often may not be feasible to get that high resolution at for the entire part, just from limitations of the machine or the amount of data you have to sift through. So sometimes what happens is you have to select specific regions to scan at this high resolution to find these non-conformances based on kind of educated guesses where these non-conformances may occur. So what we're trying to do is with this program is see if we can use in-situ sensing to inform data-driven point of concern inspections. So, a lot of what the other panelists were talking about is we'd love to use in-situ sensing to, eventually replace things like the NDE, but, we're just not there yet. There's a huge problem of correlating all of these in-situ data anomalies we see in our inspection techniques, in our in-situ inspection techniques, and correlating those to actual part non-conformances. So until we can really get to that with a high statistical confidence, what we're trying to do here is see if we can at least use the in-situ sensing to do a data-driven approach to NDE where we focus on specific regions of the part based on the data that's coming off of our in-situ sensors. So again, just an overview of program team. UDRI did all the printing and sensing, as well as all the in situ analysis and correlation. Northrop Grumman provided a part, as well as some past part history and nonconformance criteria. Zeiss did all of the inspection. Open Additive provided the sensor suite, and Macy Consulting did some help with supply chain adoption and DoD integration. One program member that joined late on this program was a small business, Simple Voxel. I unfortunately didn't make it into the cleared version of this presentation, but they did some great work showing different registration techniques for registering in situ data to our CT data. So task one was just identifying part and extracting TDP of nonconformance criteria for the specific part. And really what this is showing here is that this really does happen in industry. This is showing a real example of how Northrop Grumman had 6 aluminum heat exchangers that they fabricated and ended up going through all the different processing steps to print these parts, removing powder heat treatment, removing from the build plate pressure drop testing, machining, all that time, effort, and work went into all of these parts, and then they went to the NDE phase and found a bunch of non-conformances in the part that ended up failing and rejecting all the parts, which led to money loss and, more importantly, time loss of about 5 months in this case. So this really does happen in industry. So if we can catch these non-conformances earlier by using our in situ sensing techniques to tailor our NDE inspections, then we can save a lot of costly post-process time. So task 2 is part printing. All of this was done at UDRI on our in-house machines. This is our DART open architecture laser powder bed fusion system. It has a lot of the components of commercial machines, but allows us to have more open controls, as well as modular in nature, to put on a lot of different sensor modalities to look at the build process. The in situ sensing system we used for this project was AMSense. So AMSense is a product offered by Open Additive. So it's a modular design, allows for customization, expansion through software plugins. So basically what Open Additive is trying to do with this system is it allows users to look at the raw data coming off of all their systems and write their own analytical plugins to analyze a lot of this data in situ. So the goal of one of the goals of Open Additive is to kind of open up the in situ sensing space with these third-party sensors. So a lot of what the other panelists alluded to was sort of the black box nature of a lot of these sensing platforms. So all the commercial machines have their own individual sensing platform. They're all analyzing data their own way, so it can be difficult to understand really what you're looking at when you're getting that in situ data. So with AMSense, the goal is to have all that raw data open up to the user, and if we put the same third-party sensor suite on multiple different machine modalities, we can start to really understand variability from machine to machine by looking at a unified sensor package. Because if we're looking at different sensor packages on each different machine, then it can be really hard to understand or qualify what anomalies we're looking at in the data, what the data really means, unless we have a unified way of analyzing this from machine to machine. So the main sensor focus for this project was a near infrared thermal tomography camera. So it's off-axis camera. This is just going through a few of the data anomalies we can see from that sensor. So in this case, we mainly focused on spatter anomaly. we can't say confidently necessarily that that is absolutely physical spatter, but we can say that this is like a localized high spot intensity with a high degree of likelihood that it is some sort of spatter effect. So, as all the other panelists have been talking about, it's that correlation phase to data anomalies to physical phenomena is a very difficult challenge. So we have to be very careful about how when we're highlighting all these data anomalies and this in situ data, what our terminology is for what they really are, just for understanding of the whole community. So this is output from this project. We had two different builds. I'll call them Job 118 and Job 119, 4 heat exchangers in total. I'm showing on the right-hand side is an output from our in situ tomography plugin. Like I said, AMSense allows the user to write their own analytical tools within the framework to analyze this data in situ. So this is showing an output from that plugin, primarily looking at those spatter anomalies from the in situ data. In the far right-hand side, you can see actual locations of all the indicated spatter anomalies. And next slide here. So next part was in situ, ground truth NDE performed by Zeiss. So we went in looking at 2 different inspection techniques. First was a low resolution CT using a Metrotom, and the second part was choosing specific locations based on in situ data for high resolution CT. Zeiss's Versa 620 allows for near microscope levels of resolution in a very small volume to start to see pores and defects and nonconformances with a much higher resolution than can be offered by a traditional CT. So results from our first print here, Job 118. What I'm showing here is very limited porosity in these specimens. We did see a bit of cracking above this cooling channel on the right-hand side. But as I move to Job 119, in that blue area at the bottom, we see a significantly more amount of porosity in this specimen, in these parts compared to the Job 118 parts. And both of these builds use the same exact parameters. Parameters were provided by Northrop Grumman, so we tried to replicate a commercial system as much as possible. So there's no physical reason why there should be a huge difference between these two parts, but based on the CT results, it was clear that the second build, that Job 119, had much higher porosity than that Job 118. So the next phase of this project was correlating all that we saw in the in situ to the CT. What I'm showing here is a 3D representation of our our near infrared tomography data from our in situ sensor, represented in 3D in ParaView, and I've overlaid all of the segmented pores from the CT. So we used the image stack from the CT to segment out all those pores, and then recreated just a pore volume stack. And I've overlaid those two data sets on top of each other to visualize this in 3D. So all those red spots are real pore locations found in CT and just overlaid on top of the thermal tomography. So the next phase here is to take our thermal tomography and try to correlate all those anomalies we see. In this case, we focused on spatter. Try to correlate those spatter events to the X-ray CT. So the way we conducted this was by using CNN machine learning network. So we have built a network that is trained just on these spatter anomalies from in situ data themselves. So one of the other panels alluding to kind of the subjective nature of that approach of, you know, well, is this really a spatter anomaly? If you're using a supervised learning approach, then it's somewhat subjective of whether this is a spatter anomaly or not, until you have that real correlation between the physical phenomena. So we use this trained network and ended up applying a sliding window across each image. So what we're looking at each individual window is just for whether the network thought a spatter event occurred in that specific window or not. That generates a probability score of how the confidence of how that network thinks, the confidence of which there's a spatter anomaly within that window. And we can apply that to a stack within that specific XY region and create a probability of spatter density for that stack. In this instance, I'm kind of calling that stack voxel, even though it's not technically a voxel, but for simplicity, I'm calling that windowed image stack of voxels. So we get one value for that and use that to find the highest density regions of these spatter anomalies. That's one thing I was going to mention. Yeah, so a reason we went about doing it that way was the registration issues, kind of some others were alluding to, was that it if you try to go from a specific anomaly event to a very specific, in this instance, pore, the registration becomes very critical in doing that, where you have to have your both data sets registered at a very high tolerance. And even if you do that, where the pore manifests itself in the physical part may not be at the same Z height or XY location of the spatter anomaly that was the root cause of that pore, based on growth in the part, or the melt pool depth of how many layers down, the melt pool effects that the part. So it's important when we're looking at these layer-wise images of in situ data. We're only seeing a snapshot of what is happening in that layer at at just the build moment in time. We're not seeing what happens to that layer 3 or 4 layers from now. And it's important to include multiple layers of that in situ data together in order to properly correlate to those end part effects. So that's kind of why we went with this stacked approach to try to kind of overcome some of those registration and issues. So we're really looking for kind of more of a macro correlation of, does this region correlate to a region? Does this in situ region of spatter correlate to a region of porosity, rather than does this one specific spatter event in my in situ correlate to this one specific pore in the NDE? So this is kind of the voxel I was talking about, where this is like our highest probability spatter voxel in the in situ data represented here, and we can tie that to a specific location within the part. So you can kind of see the visualization of here, this high spatter probability generated a stack of images that does look to be a lot of particulate and spatter going around in the in situ data. So we can map those voxel probabilities to just a specific number, and I've generated these bubble plots, which is just related to the probability size. So the larger the bubbles, the higher the probability of high density spatter region. So on the far right hand side, I've kind of threshold that to the highest probability cases. And did that again for the first build. So on the job 118, we see that we have much lower amount of spatter, high density spatter than we had in the job 119 build. And I'd just like to remind that this kind of does correlate with what we saw in our CT data, where the job 118 CT had much lower porosity than the job 119 CT. So if we overlay from our job 119, if we overlay all of our high density spatter voxels, if we overlay that with our CT porosity data, do we see any correlation? So what this is showing here is a 3D representation of all of our high density cases. So right-hand image, on the right-hand side, you can see all those bubbles. For job 119, those each represent a voxel. If I show all those image stacked voxels in 3D space and show just the high intensity pixels here, that's what you see on the right hand side. And if I overlay that with my CT data, which is all the red dots here, what we get is something that's fairly interesting. We see for at least one of the parts on this job 119 build, we see a high porosity region that seems to correlate with this high density spatter region. However, for the other part, the part opposite on that job 119 build, we do not really see this high density spatter voxels. We do not see those overlaid near the porosity on that part. So that could indicate a number of things, that the porosity here for that part does not really correlate with the spatter. It could be, another effect going on that is causing those pores. It could be, if you see that kind of post on the right hand side, I don't know if you can see my cursor, that does occur on that specific part where we see this line kind of high spatter probability. It's possible that some of that particulate was moved down the recoder to these porosity regions. So there's a lot at play here, and that is part of the challenge of really correlating a lot of these in situ anomalies to these end part non-conformances. So what appears to be high correlation for this one part within this build, for the other part within the same build, we don't have that that correlation. So it's definitely a challenge to say with confidence that a specific anomaly leads to this specific nonconformance or pore. So a lot of work to be done there to really strengthen the ties of these correlations and to build our confidence in what we're seeing on the in situ and how it correlates to the end part. So the last thing I'll kind of show here is we did attempt to use the correlations from our job 119, all this high porosity, that high porosity region that seemed to correlate with the same kind of macro location of the high density spatter. We try to use those correlations to see if we can make any predictions about the job 118 build. And this is just showing that what we did here was just did a layer-wise prediction with our trained network of based on solely looking at our job 118 in situ data. Do you think that a pore would occur in this layer based on a trained network of correlation of the job 119 in situ to CT data. And what we kind of saw here was a lot of geometric bias in the training for those early layers. That's where most of our porosity occurred in job 119. So for job 118, since it was the same geometry, it predicted that porosity would occur in those early layers, even though it didn't. However, we did see later on in around 100 millimeters in the Z height that there were some predictions of porosity where we did see a few pores in that job 118, but really due to the limited amount of data, it's really difficult to assess how accurate that is. So showing that it's feasible to maybe do something like this, but really more data is needed before we can really confidently say anything about that. So in conclusion summary, we did show some correlation between this high density spatter and the region of porosity in CT. We also did show that a lower density spatter for job 118 correlated to lower porosity. But, it's, little nuance there as far as how, confident we're that. We're really not at the root cause of any of these pores here. We just have this kind of macro correlation of regions rather than a one-to-one correlation of this root cause. So as other speakers have mentioned, like where we're at in the in situ spaces, we can use the in situ to help augment the CT, but using the in situ on its own is not a suitable replacement for CT and other NDE methods. So kind of next overall steps in general is really what a lot of other people have talked about is this correlation database maturation. We need to get better with all of our different techniques for correlating all of these in situ anomalies to these end part defects. And this has to be done through registration improvements. We have to try different geometries, materials, machines. Even if we get high correlation between anomalies in one material to an end part defect or nonconformance, if we go to another material or another machine, that correlation may not hold true. So it's really important that we label all of this data that's coming off these sensors and all these different prints that people have going on. It's very important that we keep track of all these different parameters that go in it, so we don't start making predictions with inadequate information. Other steps is analysis of other anomaly types. We just focused on spatter here, but obviously there's a lot of other anomaly types that could cause a lot of these pores or different nonconformances. And one thing I didn't really mention here too much was a feature level analysis of data. A lot of what seen in the community is looking at more of a macro look at correlating in situ data to end part nonconformance, but a lot of nonconformance criteria is very feature level specific. So we have to get smarter about analyzing our in situ data in such a way that we focus on key regions as it relates to nonconformance criteria, because although a pore at one specific region and part may not fail apart, but if it's in a high criticality region, it may fail. So we have to be very careful of how we're analyzing this data as it relates to nonconformance criteria. So I'd like to thank everyone for listening to the talk, and I'll open it up to any questions or comments.
Thanks very much, Solomon. In the interest of time, because we're running a little behind, there is, and maybe you can just answer it in the chat over the break, there's a specific question about the window size that you used. But there's another question that's a little more general and philosophical, which talks about the level of how labor intensive the analysis is to do defect detection. So the question is, are there techniques or recommended practices, if you have an opinion, which can help to address the cost and time related to inspection procedure development or cycle time?
Yeah, so it is a very labor intensive process, not only to, inspect these parts, but to generate all the registration from, our NDE data or CT data to our in situ data. And I think a lot of that has to be more standardized than it is. I think I talked early about kind of the tribal knowledge of AM, where to build a part, you have it's a lot of kind of tribal knowledge to when designers go in to figure out how to orient the part and everything. So the sensor community has stepped in and it's like, hey, we can use sensors to better inform how we're building these parts. However, I think a big challenge is a lot of different people that are doing sensors are making their own black box within the sensors themselves. So not being very open about what's going on and how things are being registered and correlated. So really, it's become tribal knowledge with sensors. So I think some standardization of these processes would go a long way, and developing frameworks to register data in a very methodical way, so we can really get to that kind of correlation standpoint. So we understand what data we're looking at, how it's oriented relative to everything, and really flush that out in a methodical way so we can have more confidence in our correlations.
Okay, we'll do one more quickly. Is there anything that you can elaborate on vis-a-vis registration improvement?
Yeah, so one of the things that was not shown here, I mentioned that Simple Voxel joined the program late, and unfortunately their material wasn't cleared for these slides, but they did a great approach of a voxel-based registration with bringing in both data sets into kind of this voxel representation, and then we're able to align and register that data in to a pretty accurate degree. So that's one phase of it, is just that registration of getting the two data sets, but there's also the calibration of the sensors themselves, of how they're calibrating, in this instance, an off-axis sensor to machine coordinates, what's going into that homography and scaling correction step before you even get to the registration. So that's, another kind of thing of going into being open about how we're analyzing this data. If we're open with how things are calibrated to get to that from the camera space to the build coordinate space, then we can better understand the errors associated with our registration.
Very good. Thank you so much, Solomon. Much appreciated. We're going to move on now to our final presenter of the morning, who is Bob Badrak. Bob is a materials consultant with Weatherford, and he's speaking today on behalf of AMP, which is the Association for Materials Protection and Performance. And Bob, don't worry about the time. We are going to start our second session at 1:45, so we'll just shorten the break a little bit. So Bob, I'll turn the floor over to you. Can you see your slides?
Right. You can see them. We're good. Hang on a second. I need to
put it in presentation mode, maybe.
Oh, I thought it did. You should be seeing
There you go.
this in print. All right, it's time for it to come in. Okay, so I'm representing
all good.
the association. Okay, so I'm representing the Association of Materials Performance and Protection Performance. You may know the legacy societies, which are nascent SPC. This is a relatively new event, about a year old, this new AMPP. So to give you a little background, a gap was identified earlier this year with respect to the global specifications. In fact, they didn't really address the corrosion-related issues that we're interested in AMPP. So a decision was made in last year to address this with a initial work group that the goal was to prepare a technical report that provided guidance for assurance in the realm of corrosion with respect to additive manufacturing. This is only for metallic materials, so we're only interested in materials here. So these are the goals, and see that the report will identify the corrosion failure mechanism by additive manufacturing and identify and address the attributes that affect the corrosion mechanisms, and then the tests that measure performance by corrosion mechanism, and then provide some guidance on test details, examinations to give us some assurance in regards to applications that require resistance to these corrosion mechanisms. Identify gaps. We already know the gaps exist in current test examination details, but where the current tests we can use, we want to be able to adapt them with maybe just some guidance along with it. So the initial goal is not to create something new, but to use what we already have and adapt that for use of AM. It could require an additional specification down the road or more, but we won't know that till we're further along in our process. So this is an initial scope, and I have to tell you, this is it's already changed a little bit. So we're kind of like bracketing around a laser bed powder fusion, a PBF process, and a DED process. That's our arc. We may expand that as time's on, but I can't tell you right now. So maybe we'll see what happens. But you can see what we've already identified the variables. You know, they're not surprising. All of those of us that are involved in this committee are involved in additive manufacturing, so we know, because we've already used us, make the products and specify the products. We know the variables involved and what's to look for. So it was not a big surprise, these variables that pop out. As I look at microstructure, the build process details, surface condition, residual stress, you know, and so on and so forth. So we put this right into our scope because we already know that these are the variables we have to address. Also set materials that I'll talk about a little bit later. So anyway, this is the initial scope for our work. So in doing this, we decided to break up our effort to work groups, sub-work groups that were aligned closer to the corrosion mechanisms. I mean, this is a corrosion society, right? So Elizabeth Trio with Southwest Research Institute is heading up a subgroup on just corrosion, primarily localized corrosion. Lou Chow with DNV is looking at corrosion fatigue. And of course, I will say that on the literature, there's very little data out there on corrosion fatigue that we're interested in industry. So we're going to have to adapt what we know about fatigue and its relationship to corrosion fatigue. And we have to make some stretches in making recommendations here. That's probably the weakest group in terms of actually having adequate literature and data to make concrete recommendations. Mark Yunovich is with Shell Oil, and he's heading up in the group on environmental cracking, which includes sulfide stress corrosion cracking and stress corrosion cracking. Those are both low temperature and high temperature phenomena. Bill Kovacs with DNV is heading up a related group on hydrogen-related hydrogen-induced stress corrosion cracking, some of the phenomena we see related to hydrogen. And with ANSI in Rome is heading up a subgroup on high-temperature oxidation. So the report components, we're looking at at access to literature sources members were at, we were at a couple months ago, and noting the links between process variables and corrosion-related mechanism, then testing related to the AM details and mechanism. So this is a preliminary index for our report. You can see that the five identified corrosion mechanisms listed there. And the key is how do we make the recommendations to identify the threats into our AM products? What do we need to do to create assurance for these mechanisms? How do we measure performance? So those are things that this effort is really not centric onto NDE and in situ monitoring like the rest of the panelists today, but it intertwines, because you can't do a corrosion threat assessment without utilizing how the knowledge of tests. So we can't destroy every part we have and say, "Oh, that was a good one." You know, it doesn't work that way. So we have to look at the details of inspection to try to determine whether a component is adequate for, or should meets performance requirements for a particular application. And of course, providing guidance on existing materials and existing. I said before, we like to be able to adapt the existing standards, not create new ones. But if we have to create something else, and we'll see a gap analysis in here. So here we need more for a variable cause, effect data, and test methods. We know this is already going to happen, so that's where we're at. So progress, you know, there are tens of thousands of literature sources on additive manufacturing. The group has already grown. By the way, the membership in our group, I mentioned the 5 team leaders, but we have about 35 members in this work group. And we've already narrowed it down to about 250 literature sources that we think are hard. So we started the review process and categorized by mechanism, material, and relevance. And by the way, the representatives on this group come from both AM manufacturers, OEMs, and additive manufacturer end part users. So we are heavily centric into the oil and gas, or I should say energy industry, because there's also hydrogen storage and CO2 injection and things like that. But we're basically energy, and oil and gas is heavy on that. So we're a little weak in some of the other segment areas, but it's the intention for this work is not to just limit it to what we're interested in, the oil and gas or energy, but expand it into where is corrosion of interest, and where do we need to consider corrosion mechanisms in our additive manufacturing processes and products that we're going to make. So, some initial inspection details that I'm listing here. You can see the selection and condition of test specimens to measure resistance to the associated corrosion mechanism, the relevance of the test specimen to the component, the surface inspection, including residual stress. I'll talk about that a little bit later. Process and component inspection test relationship. You know, so how do we relate our inspection results to performance? And I think all of the panelists today have been talking about that. You know, we're interested, if you think about the variables that relate into additive manufacturing variables, not just that's manufacturing, but material variables that relate to performance in regards to the corrosion mechanisms. You know, surface inspection is going to be very important, but it's not the thing we need to look at. You know, obviously in additive manufacturing, the bulk of the work that I see is trying to identify defects and characterize them, and those are important. I'm not going to downplay it, because we need to know that as well for the corrosion mechanisms. But microstructure comes to the fore, residual stress comes to the fore, surface details comes to the fore when it comes to the relationship between the component and the interaction, the interface between the component and the environment, and how that's going to relate to these corrosion mechanisms. So then, of course, one of the things that you may not know, but in corrosion assessment, it's a combination of NDE as well as destructive tests. And for a lot of the mechanisms that I've listed here, NDE is not suitable, has not been suitable yet. So they're all destructive in nature. So again, in process. It's just a snapshot of an early worksheet that we started to list the papers, and you can see the only thing I wanted to show here is that we're categorizing things to allow us to sort and select, so we can look in greater detail when we need to look at it, know what we're looking at. So one of the first things I show here is relevance. So how relevant is it to our subject? By the way, if it's not relevant, it's not even listed. So it has the degree of relevance is important. So if it's a review paper that covers a lot of mechanisms and a lot of test data that has something to come out, it's going to be a 1. A lot of tests, you can recognize that the higher the number, the lower the relevance, right? So number 1s and number 2s are very important to do our review. And looking at the mechanism, these are the mechanisms. Sometimes there's combinations. So you can see in this case, we've actually got 3 different corrosion mechanisms listed here. And then the material class. We've got a variety of different material classes that I mentioned earlier. The cobalt, chrome, austenitic stainless steels, precipitation hardening stainless steels, nickel-based alloys, aluminum-based alloys, titanium-based alloys. There's obviously others as well. So, but there is some discussion within our group whether we want to drop out aluminum-based alloys. It sees use in the industries that we were active in, but we have to have enough participation from our work group and interest in actually exploring that and coming up with recommendations and assessing what's out there to be able to actually implement that. So I give you a snapshot here of 2 summary. These are like summary bullet points of 2 papers that both deal with the 17.4 pH stainless steel. And one you can see is a literature resource. The other is a master's thesis. And you can see some of the key takeaways. The key takeaways is what we're interested in. What do we get out of this that's important to us that we might want to make sure we capture and come back to this. So it talks about testing, it talks about the process, it talks about the material, how it's heat treated, or the condition it's in, right? And then what kind of tests are performed, and then what relative AM attributes are discussed or related to the performance in terms of the corrosion mechanism, or as a comparison with that same corrosion performance to raw products or cast products or other traditionally processed components. This is my last slide, so I think this is going to be pretty quick. Maybe I can build up some more time to the group. But you can see that in January we expect to have the completion of the ranking or the relevance of the literature sources. And in March, we have the completion of the detailed literature review with the key gems identified. And then in May, we'll by May next year, we'll have the assessment, analysis of the literature, the compilation of gems, so on and so forth. In June, we'll have draft teams assemble and assignments. We'll have we're going to have a circulation of a draft in October of 2022, and then you can see the final submittal of that draft report to SC08 is it's a committee under which this task group is formed. And there's about 200 members on SC08 throughout the entire world, and so the final draft report will go circulated among the corrosion experts around the world for review and comment, and then it'll be after we deal with the comments. I expect we'll get them, then we'll publish early in 2023, and that concludes my presentation for today. And I can take any questions if you have them.
Yep, great job, Bob. We have one here. I guess it's sort of maybe a little bit of a philosophical question, sort of a 2-parter. First, how do you feel your efforts are creating a knowledge base which lends to effective monitoring and inspection methods? And then sort of related to that, what key indicators or metrics do you feel warrant further quantitative verification, i.e. measurement?
Yeah, good. I can address the second one better than the first one.
Take whichever order you want.
Yeah. Well, let me take your second part. We've already identified. I mean, we're familiar with the CT scans. We're familiar with all of the the surface measurement techniques that are out there, and we're obviously very interested in all of the in situ monitoring that leads to. Gentleman at Penn State is going to become my buddy, because what they're doing is trying to correlate the in situ details, right, or the capturing of the data they have and relating that to microstructure. And microstructure is very important for these corrosion mechanisms. And it's a surface interface type issue, but what microstructure do you have that's being exposed to the environment where you have to worry about the corrosion mechanisms? It's not just the surface, because when hydrogen is an issue, then it migrates into the pores and defects and anomalies in the microstructures. So all things are very important. So in terms of inspection, so the barriers to us are the relationships between in situ monitoring and the microstructure. That's a barrier. The other barrier we have is not all of the areas of concern, or the surface areas of a concern. What do you do with all these internal pores and cavities that you intentionally have in there for flow, for example? And then how do you inspect those, and how do you have some reliability and that? I call that a big gap. That's an area we're going to have to do some work. I mentioned residual stress. Now residual stress comes into play for a couple of very strongly comes into play for a couple of the corrosion mechanisms: corrosion fatigue, obviously, and regular fatigue, and also for stress corrosion and cracking. And we all worry about applied stress. We can look at the product design. We can make some estimates of where what stress occurs in what direction, things like that. But residual stress also has a very large role. And there's some papers that we've identified. In fact, Weatherford has been active in a couple of them, and looking at mapping the residual stress as a function of distance from the surface before and after post processing, and noticing some very interesting characteristics that relate to that. And that will probably become part of what comes out of this when it comes to residual stress. Compressive is beneficial for fatigue and beneficial for stress corrosion cracking. If it's a tensile, it's just the opposite, right? So I see that as an area that's going to have some work. Now, to recap, the things that are causing us grief, right, are the relationship of the monitoring processes that exist today with microstructure. Microstructure is typically a destructive process, so we don't want to have to destroy things if we don't have to. We might look at specimens that will go along with the build. Then what's the degree of assurance you have that which should actually destroy and look at represents the part? So I think that answers the second part. Now, Jim, could you repeat the first part again? I was having some trouble with.
Sure, and recognizing that this is a work in progress,
Yeah.
how do you feel your efforts are creating a knowledge base to sort of help with effective monitoring and inspection methods overall?
I think it's going to aid to it, because there's nothing out there today in the specification world that really links additive manufacturing details in terms of inspection or in manufacturing with the corrosion mechanisms. It's that isn't the industries that have been involved early on in additive manufacturing. Now, we are interested in corrosion, right? But the specifications haven't really addressed it. I think the first one that even touches that is really the API specification 20S. But there's not much detail even in that, because it's early on. Right? It's a gap. There's not much out there. So I see this technical report as providing a basis, a springboard for the future in terms of the knowledge base on this area, as well. How do we use our existing specifications that are related to testing and measurement for assurance and additive manufacturing, and identifying and providing some guidance in terms of using those specifications in maybe a little different way, or creating a new specification. So I see it valuable for this series of mechanisms that are related to corrosion.
Well, I'm not seeing any further questions this time, so I want to thank you, Bob, and all of this morning's speakers for your remarks. We will now go to break, and we will come back at 1:45 with our panel discussion that Brandon Ribick will facilitate. So we're going to leave we'll pause the recording. We're going to leave the meeting open. So we will catch up with you in just a little bit. Enjoy the break. Okay, everyone, welcome back. This is Jim McCabe from ANSI, and thank you for joining us for the continuation of our discussion about inspection and monitoring. Let's see here. Just want to review housekeeping for those who may not have been with us for this morning's session. So we are recording. It's our intention to post this after the meeting publicly for those unable to attend. If you're an audience member and you don't wish to be recorded, please keep your audio on mute and your camera off. For Q&A, the way we plan to handle that preferably is to type your question into the chat, and please send it to all panelists. That way it'll be sure to get to everyone. Alternatively, if you have a burning desire to ask your question verbally, you can use the raised hand feature in the WebEx panel, and we will unmute you. Just make sure that after you ask your question, you put your hand down and mute yourself again. So with that, I will stop talking and I will turn it over to Brandon Ribick, who is going to facilitate this afternoon's discussion. Brandon, over to you.
Thanks, Jim. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us. So, for those of you who may have not been able to join us as of this morning, whenever we started, or earlier today, today we're talking about inspection, monitoring, so in situ monitoring, in situ process monitoring, or NDE, to facilitate certification of additively manufactured parts. And we even threw in this idea of to fulfill regulatory requirements. It's recognizing, not all of us across all the application domains use this word certification. In fact, in a lot of instances, I think that pertains a lot to aerospace when people hear the word certification. Now, I think what's important for us on a philosophical level, though, is to recognize kind of the goal set there, right? The intent is to help confirm to ourselves and our customer base the products we're making are sufficient for the application that we plan to introduce them to. And so kind of continuing the conversation, we're going to have this panel discussion this afternoon. And I just wanted to hit upon as well kind of what is AMSC, because we talk a lot about coordination in this group, and really that coordination happens on a couple different levels, and you see it here in this list, right? We're not seeing a long list of standards development organizations, but more subject matter experts, and I think that's really representative of where some of these technologies lie and where a lot of the focus is today. And so recognizing, right, good work starts at home, right? And so we go to the experts to understand not only the evolution of needs in the research domain, but also the standards domain. Recognizing there are a lot of folks conducting research today to help beget readily available standards for tomorrow. But again, that starts with some clear intent and line of sight and getting some good data in hand as well. And so I think we heard a lot of that this morning. I think there's a couple of key areas that I'm hoping we can discuss a bit more this afternoon. I think one last reminder, this is our third installment of this conversation this year. So the bigger intent here is to get our arms around this idea of the standards landscape. And we've been systematically addressing different facets of that landscape this year. And we're going to continue that cadence on a quarterly basis, as Jim said this morning in introductions. If you weren't able to join us earlier, I want to point you to ANSI.org/AMSC. So why we're recording this is so that we can report out on what we're hearing, right? The intent here is to coordinate. It is to drive collaboration in this space. And one way of doing that is to listen and to make sure to share this information with those who can't be here. And not only that, aside from the reports on the event, we're also trying to update the GAPS progress report. So if you're not aware of these things, go out to the website, check that out, because that's really the intent of all of this. And so with that, I'll kind of move it forward. I'd like to welcome all the panelists at this time to turn their video on. And with that, I'll start with giving the first person I have on my list here, Eric Biederman. He's the engineering manager at Vibrant Corporation. Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for being here. Can you give yourself a little bit of introduction, brief 3 to 5 minutes or so?
Brandon, thank you. Yep, I'm Eric Biederman. I work at Vibrant Corporation, managing the engineering department. Vibrant Corporation is a non-destructive evaluation services company. We provide process compensated resonance testing services to aerospace, power generation, automotive, and many other industries. We're very active in the additive manufacturing realm right now. It's one of the biggest growth areas for us. In addition to our work on actual inspection, we're very active in the development of standards pertaining to non-destructive evaluation and additive manufacturing. So I personally am active in the EO7 committee for non-destructive testing, as well as the ASTM F42 committee for additive manufacturing. Among the standards I've been involved with, there are several standard practices specific to PCRT, our inspection approach. Also standards like E3166, that was the effort led by Jess Waller to develop a standard guide for NDE methods for metal aerospace parts made with AM. And then in the F42 realm, working with Steve James on the development of a new standard practice under the work group 75329 for non-destructive testing, inspection levels, and acceptance criteria for parts made with laser beam powder bed fusion. And I can talk about that some more in this discussion if there's interest. So, yeah, there's a lot of active standards work going on right now. This landscape is still being defined. We're working hard to fill in gaps between legacy standards that may have been made for other manufacturing processes and to understand what from that body of work can be adapted and then what new work needs to be created to fill those gaps. And that's one of the things that Steve's new standard is working on. Also been active in the ISO realm. Ben Dutton has led a couple of efforts on the ISO DTR 52905 and 52906 to develop guides for NDE for AM, as well as seated flaw definition. So I've contributed a little bit to those as well. So a lot of good work going on that side.
Thanks, Eric. Great to see you. I know it's been a couple of weeks. So
yeah, likewise. Good to see you, Brandon.
So up next is Nick Muley. He's the Director of Additive Manufacturing Intelligence Center at Boeing Additive Manufacturing. Welcome, Nick. Good to see you.
Hey there, Brandon. Yeah, good to see you as well. Can you hear me all right here? Perfect.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity here. So Nick Muley, so I lead a team within Boeing Additive Manufacturing, and we're an enterprise group within Boeing. And so what we're really looking to do is develop additive across the company. So all the different business units wanting to take additive and employ it on their different products or platforms, what needs to be done from a technology maturation to do that safely and reliably. My team has a focus on modeling, simulation, and developing the additive digital thread. So it's a very wide scope. Within that, there's a lot of work with how do we harness and leverage all the additive manufacturing data, both from engineering through manufacturing and post-processing. So within that, my team is working a lot with NDE teams and within the Boeing development teams on how do we leverage in situ data? How do we take that in a way and tie it back to all the other data sets so we can make interpretable decisions? And behind that is just a slew of research. And a lot of the presentations today, fundamental understanding of what this data is, how do we validate it, and how does it get integrated with the bigger picture of adopting additive. Myself, I've been involved with metal additive for over 10 years in aerospace. So I've done a lot of research within in situ, within different aspects of material and processing maturation. And now in this new role, it's exciting. So I'm able to help tie that all together and put together the pieces to help streamline and accelerate adoption of additive. So looking forward to the conversation. Thanks, Brandon.
Great, thank you. Up next, we're fortunate to be joined by Dr. Camber Kelly, who is the Vice President of Research and Technology at Restore 3D. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Brandon. Thanks for inviting us all to speak here today, and good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, like Brandon said, I lead the research and kind of upstream technology development team here at Restore 3D. We are a medical device business focused on personalized orthopedic devices, both implants and instruments that we're producing through various AM methods. So we are kind of unique for a business of our size. We're kind of an early stage startup, but we own all of our design and manufacturing in-house. So for us, the conversation around process controls, monitoring, inspection, all of that are absolutely critical to our process and establishing that now, as we're kind of obviously heavily regulated by the FDA, but as we kind of look to scale our business is a conversation that we kind of continue to have. How do we improve our monitoring and our inspection methods to be able to produce more parts through our facility? So in addition to kind of leading that team here at Restore 3D, I'm also affiliated with Duke University and do a lot of research through different lab groups there. And I'm also a member of the F42 committee. Sounds like I'm in good company on the panel today. I'm currently working with the ASTM COE team. We're trying to develop actually a destructive test method for lattice testing of additively manufactured lattices. But also part of that is kind of the next stage would be to look for NDE methods around lattices too. So happy to talk more about that today. Thanks.
Yeah, you're most welcome. Thank you. It's great to have you. Up next, Patrick Howard, who is a consulting engineer, non-destructive investigation at GE Aviation. Welcome.
Hi, thanks, Brandon. Yeah, my name is Patrick Howard. I work here at GE Aviation, Cincinnati, Ohio. We're the division of aviation that makes, among other things, the aircraft engines that go on most of the commercial commercial airplanes that fly today. Also do some work on the military side. As a result of that, we were working on a lot of advanced manufacturing techniques and composites, including additive in the metal space. So as consulting engineer, I work with the people developing the new manufacturing methods, trying to assign or identify the proper non-destructive testing methods to work with those different components, and work with the design engineers to make sure all the requirements align as we move those forward through the MRL maturation process here at Aviation. Also involved with ASTM, EO7 and F42, involved in a lot of the standards. Eric Biederman mentioned the development of those standards. And in addition, what I will mention is one for CT of additive that's being developed specifically by EO7, and Thomas Mader from Boeing's leading that effort.
Thanks. It's great to hear. Dr. Abdallah Nassar is the head of Process Physics, Analytics, and Engineering Department and Associate Research Professor at the Applied Research Laboratory at Pennsylvania State University. Abdallah, good to see you.
Good to see you, Brandon. So I'm Abdallah Nassar. I'm with the Applied Research Lab at Penn State. We do lots of different things. Among those are in situ process monitoring and control. So we've had several projects now for a bit over a decade on process monitoring and control of both powder bed fusion and directed energy deposition systems. In addition, we do some materials development work, some process refinement work, some more fundamental research as well. And we really play across TRL levels because we're a university-affiliated research lab and we're intimately connected with Penn State University. We do research across very low TRL levels to the very high TRL levels where we collaborate with both government and industry partners to actually bring solutions to the field. Involved with several standards activity as well through F42 and ASTM. We have a program now with which involves ASTM. It's an American Makes program that involves looking at means to do defect mitigation methods, and we're hoping that that becomes a working item soon.
Thanks, Abdallah. Great to have you. Kalesha is the Senior Director of Advanced Engineering at Oncos Surgical. Welcome, Gene. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, Brennan. Appreciate the introduction. So Gene Kalesha, work for a company called Surgical, and we are a small startup out of New Jersey that focus pretty exclusively on making implants and instruments for people suffering from a variety of oncological orthopedic afflictions, kind of an area that really hasn't been a focus of a lot of the other companies. We also deal in creating implants and instruments for what we call revision surgeries. These are orthopedic procedures that occur, a number of years after someone gets their index or their primary surgical intervention. My background, I used to work for one of the big orthopedic companies, Stryker, kind of was involved in researching, developing, and kind of leading up some of the scale-up activities there in 3D printing, specifically powder bed fusion of metal implants, which is now a technology that's kind of taken over some of the flagship products for some of the bigger orthopedic companies out there. Was involved pretty heavily in not only kind of developing 3D printing for these applications about 15 years ago, but also starting to look into some in situ monitoring even back then in the early to mid 2000s. And it was a challenge, and it was something that we tried to do, and we certainly stayed in touch with a lot of the regulatory bodies as we tried to evaluate and research different things, which is what we're doing here right now in Surgical as well. So looking forward to the panel, looking forward to learn from this esteemed group of professionals, and also want to contribute as much as I can as well from my knowledge on the medical device perspective and some of the early inroads and research and development in 3D printing of metal components. Thank you.
Thank you. It's great to have you. That's wonderful. And our last panelist is Erin Lanigan. She's a materials engineer in the damage tolerance branch and non-destructive evaluation team from NASA Marshall Space Flight Center. Hi, Erin.
Hi, Brandon. So I think a lot of you saw me speak earlier, so I won't go on too long in my opening remarks here. I'm at the NASA Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. I'm on the non-destructive evaluation team. I've been helping support our efforts for NDE of additive, as well as using the in situ monitoring systems we have in-house and developing an approach for using in situ monitoring to help support certification. So going through the process of putting together NASA Standard 6030 and releasing that, we had to put some thought into how we're going to use NDE to support certification. We changed the role a little bit from what it was in the Marshall standard previously, made it so it does require the NDE standard, NASA Standard 5009, and certain aspects of that. And then for the role of in situ monitoring, really thinking about taking it from just process control to actually being used like an NDE technique as a quantitative indicator of part quality and what that would take. So thinking about a proven causal correlation between what you're seeing in the monitoring data and defects in the part. Somebody mentioned earlier the rate of false positives, and I would add to that just the sheer amount of data from in situ monitoring, how we can go through all of that data in a very repeatable, reliable way, pick out only those indications that actually do correspond to defects in the part, and get a good correlation between those. So I think we've got a lot of work left ahead of us before we're able to put that into practice, but that's the goal of how we would use that to support certification. So we're doing a lot of work in-house, building seated defects, looking at them with CT and in RoboMet serial sectioning. So we have a good three-dimensional view of the metallography, figuring out which defect sizes would potentially be a concern for metallography, but maybe not be visible in CT, how defects show up in situ, which if they're seated defects show up very well in situ, but then figuring out which ones are actually going to end up in the part and which ones would be a size of concern. And there are challenges, of course, for CT of additive. A lot of people think it's a catch-all, but a lot of times we don't have a critical flaw size to work with very early on in the game, so we're just trying to find the best we can. And with additive, there's a lot of different types of defects and sizes of defects that can form. So just trying to develop CT capability as well and quantify that and understand the limitations. So I'll leave off on, I guess, a bit of an announcement. We have a workshop that NASA Marshall put together with the AM Center of Excellence at ASTM that's going to be in Huntsville, January 26th. It'll be a one-day in-person meeting talking about the role of in situ monitoring, specifically looking towards that role in qualification and certification. So using it in a production-like setting and having those aspects of correlating the monitoring data to defects in the part and looking towards using it for that function. So if you're interested in that, you can go to amcoe.org or reach out to me or anyone from the COE and we can get you the information. So thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. I think your points there are stupendous. They're a great place for us to start. So, recognizing there is a method to the madness of all our hard work that we do each and every day. In my mind, it's really to fulfill our obligation to our customers that constitutes the product certification package, or to meet the regulatory requirements associated with our additively manufactured products. And I think that drives and motivates a lot of this work in this space. So in that capacity, I was curious, and granted, this is also a good opportunity for me to preface, I'm not going to ask any one person on the panel to comment. It's just a matter of if you have something to say, just come off mute and do it or speak up. But that being said, the question is, what are the components that you typically see a part of an AM product certification package, or the factors that you commonly encounter when you think about meeting regulatory requirements for an AM product?
Well, Brandon, I could probably kick it off. Like, what do we think about to meet the regulatory environment in, not just for in situ, but let me think, for aerospace is going to be my perspective, and looking at additive. If you look at additive, or really any process intensive additive manufacturing process, it's really demonstrating stability, repeatability, and reliability. And how do we distill all of this knowledge and learning over the past few years of any new technology to get it down to a clear set of acceptance criteria that can go into a standard or specification that has any tolerancing or any uncertainty incorporated in it? And so when I'm looking in, zooming in on additive and in process monitoring, there's just so much data. And at the end of the day, we have to be able to have a clear story of, we understand how to make this process stable and repeatable. Here's what drives it. Here's how we can present data in a way that our regulatory partners get comfortable with, so we can use these products safely at the end use. And I think everything starts there, and there's just a lot of specifics, whether it's sensors or data analytics, really as we're trying to expand upon that. So that's kind of where I always start from.
That's a great point. Does anyone else have anything to add there? So I guess part of the reason I asked this question is because in my mind, it really helps to relate then in terms of your organization, really, how does your organization then approach inspection and monitoring, right? So like Nick said, right, we've got to convince our customers that what we're doing is safe and reliable and repeatable. And so how does that influence your day-to-day or your long-term vision for your approach to your inspection and monitoring needs, addressing that?
Well, speaking for post-process inspection from the aviation perspective, we view additive manufacturing, in the same way we treat our other manufacturing processes, right? It's just a different manufacturing process. Granted, it may, produce different type of defects, but in terms of the way we design and test and ultimately, go to the certification program of the part, we follow that same process for all our different manufacturing techniques. And, we look at additive the same way. And so we try to, follow those same processes and procedures as much as possible. We may be using different inspection techniques or looking for different types of flaws or defects, but we really rely on our years of experience that we've had, building our products, going out there and try to utilize that process as much as possible.
Thanks, Pat.
Jumping off of what Pat just described, in the development of this 75329 standard, what we're trying to do is gather that cumulative experience that exists in the community. We have a team that includes folks from industry, from the FAA, NASA, the Department of Defense, We're trying to pull together that cumulative knowledge, both on what inspection methods are relevant to additive manufacturing, and what we've compiled is a list that all have standard practices or specifications to back them up. You know, they include radiography, CT, ultrasonics, PCRT, penetrant, visual testing is in there as well. And then we consider where we want to inspect. You know, what's the most relevant point in the process to inspect it? And for post-build NDE, we're really looking for inspecting the part in its condition of use. So we understand that if any flaws are present in there, how are they going to affect the part as it's actually being used? And then we define a couple of inspection levels. There's a level in this standard, what's called level 1, which is volumetric plus surface inspection. And then there's a level 2, which is surface only. So we take that experience and understand what inspection level do we need to designate for a particular component? Is it sufficient to just do a surface only inspection, or do we need something that goes deeper into that subsurface realm? And then the cognizant engineering organizations are responsible for determining what inspection levels are required for a given part. And then for flaw considerations, we've accumulated a lot of knowledge there, where we're basing terminology and definitions of defects on some established standards. There's a E1316 standard terminology for NDE, but then there's the more AM specific, which includes E3166, that standard guide for aerospace metal AM parts. And then the ISO 52905 and 52906 standards being developed by ISO, and understanding how the flaws are relevant to AM. And then the work group has been determining what sizing criteria are appropriate. And that is based on an understanding of the inspection process capability for the different methods that are listed in the standard. And then it's going to be based on agreement between the inspection supplier, the AM supplier, and all the cognizant engineering organizations that are involved.
If I could just add a little bit from a medical device perspective, just to give some commercial context, I think people need to remember, or perhaps some people have to realize that, you know, for medical devices and orthopedics in particular, a lot of the 3D printing is happening for a patient-specific or customized implant. So you're talking about one big implant that's being designed, developed, and printed for one patient. But a lot of the 3D printing is really being done on a serial basis. You know, these are hundreds, if not thousands, of pieces that are being printed on a metal powder bed printer every single day and being implanted every single day. So this has become a big commercial interest, and you know, there's a lot of cost involved here, but it's very important to remember that, you know, whatever inspection criteria are established, they've got to be, obviously, they've number one got to be friendly from a quality perspective, but they've got to be acceptable from a cost perspective. And you know, the biggest fear of a lot of these in situ processes is what Aaron mentioned, the false positives. You know, you don't want to scrap an entire batch that's already been building for 20 hours at hour 21 over something that you see in situ, you know, something that you see either visually or through a heat, you know, an IR monitoring system, or even acoustically, and then realize, oh gosh, maybe it really wasn't that big of a deal, and we should have let these pieces keep on building. So I just wanted to let everyone know, from the medical device perspective, even in metals, you know, this is a mass production type of environment that's occurring right now in orthopedics. So just providing a little bit of color there.
I think that's a fabulous point, Gene. In fact, I was going to say something very similar, and I'm curious to hear people's experiences here. I mean, we talk about sometimes, and I mean, I think it's because of the passion that we have for our work. We talk about in situ monitoring as if it's a standalone item. It's not. It's a tool in the tool belt, right? And so when we approach these thoughts, and I've heard it a couple of times here, is the acceptance criteria appropriate? Meaning, is it friendly to the touch time? Is it friendly to the cost? Is the berry worth the squeeze here of this pain that we call inspection and certification? Great, it's a necessary step. But that being said, how do we approach this holistically, right? We bring the designers, we bring the regulators together. I mean, are there any experiences there that people have to share with us? Because I know it's not happening in a silo. It can't.
You know,
so I'll go ahead here.
Go ahead.
So we work with a variety of customers, right? So some government organizations, academics, of course, and private corporations. And I think that the general feeling around in situ monitoring seems to be that for now and perhaps for the near term, it's going to augment available NDE methods, post-process NDE methods. So for instance, we work with commercial large aerospace company where they have a very specific process to repair some component. And they're interested in one particular variable that's very difficult to monitor. And so we can work with them to define novel or customized sensors to be able to monitor that one variable with a very good degree of confidence. Ultimately, though, given the application that they're interested in, they are not going to rely solely on our sensor, right? It could be potentially a nice indicator. They are not going to abort a build because our sensor flags something. Maybe they will, maybe if it flags something really bad. But it's going to be an additional source of information for the near term. I don't know of anyone who is so confident in the technology at this point, particularly because if you look at the NASA standard and what Aaron is saying is that you have to have a causal relationship between the sensor data and the flaws or maybe the process physics. That's not going to happen anytime soon. If we are going to leverage the only thing we can leverage to analyze such large data sets, which is automated machine learning. So either the standard for what's acceptable in terms of correlating sensor data to performance needs to change, or we need to have a step change in how we approach in situ data.
Thanks, Abdallah.
Yeah, I agree. I think the biggest gap, as you say, is really the correlation or the causality of it, right? I mean, you could correlate, but is it really causal? And that's the big challenge. I mean, you could get a lot of information from in situ monitoring and whatever method you use there, but at the end of the day, parts come off of a machine. I'm talking about solid metal parts. They almost always get processed subsequently either through hipping or some kind of heat treatment. So you've got to really take that failure mode or that failure hazard that you might pick up with an in situ monitoring system, and then take it all the way through and then see if it really did cause an issue. And I think that's where the biggest gaps exist. And frankly, that's very hard to do. That's a lot of money and a lot of development work to really create that connection between the two. And I think that's what challenges a lot of people. But the problem is still there, and I think that it will come, and it's just a matter of time before people do invest the right amount of time, money, and effort in figuring that out, because it will pay dividends in the future. But we're not there yet, certainly. We're still a ways off, in my opinion.
Yeah, something just to piggyback. I agree. Right now, I think it augments, it complements current traditional inspection techniques. Going back to the previous discussion, whether it's additive or another manufacturing process, if you're qualifying a part, we know the quality, safety, and other requirements it needs to meet. And we have to use what's available now and what's been proven. I think the additive process monitoring or in situ can be very complementary. And I think really, if you're looking, from an organizational perspective, where can you use it now to help get to the end of the road? Where can you use it for very specific decision making? Can you get acceptance criteria? Is that practical? Accelerating process development, where you have an additive SME, you have a process expert who's reviewing the data. There's a lot of value there, and it can guide you on decision making on how to operate the equipment. Perhaps you have a root cause investigation where it can lend itself to more customized analysis because you have to answer a very specific question. And when you get all of that learning, it's very helpful. Those use cases provide a lot of benefit to folks adopting additive. But ultimately, to get to the point where it can be distilled down into clear decision making, for especially in production, I agree we're not there yet. I think those types of use cases are going to help us get there. And then also, we'll probably talk standards later, is what can we do to accelerate our understanding of new sensors? There's a lot out there. It can take a lot of investment physically making and trying parts to understand the capability of a new in situ sensor and how can you use it. So any way to accelerate that into a shorter time frame in that development cycle is going to help adoption, because you don't have that sunk cost of getting to a point where maybe you can't use it for what you thought it could use it. So anything we can do to accelerate the learning, I think, is going to help for that end goal. But in the meantime, whether it's enhanced process monitoring, health monitoring of machines, I think there's a lot of use cases that if we focus on as an industry, it will help us get to that end goal potentially a little bit faster.
And just springing off from the points that Gene and Nicholas have made, I think understanding the effects of the defects that we're seeing with the in situ tools or with post-build NDE continues to be really important. There's been some good work done on that already. There was an America Makes program led out of Youngstown State University, started with Brett Connor, and then Holly Martin finished up the program looking at effects of defects, and sample populations in that program were examined with multiple NDT methods, and there was some in situ data collected as well. I think there was a lot of great knowledge generated on effects of defects, and I think we as a community are probably still learning from that program, and I think additional work along those lines would be really beneficial.
That's great. I think these are all vital components that play a major role in how the community overall is really approaching and developing and verifying the value of inspection or in situ process monitoring technologies. To get a little bit more into it, because I think Nick brought up a very important part, but I'm going to take a half a step back before I delve right into that, and I'll ask one more kind of fundamental question, because I think this term still means different things to different people. When you hear in situ monitoring, what do you think of, right? And then how do you feel it offers value to your products and stakeholders? So we've heard repeatability, we've heard process self-monitoring, but what does that mean, right? I mean, that can mean different things to different people. We have a broad range of use cases here. We have different perspectives.
If I could start on that one, we kind of think about a couple different categories of monitoring systems, not really strictly defined, but there's a lot of monitoring systems that monitor the process, such as melt pool monitoring or any camera-based systems or thermal systems, temperature sensing that are just kind of keeping an eye on the melt pool, versus systems that inspect between layers, camera-based systems or profilometry or anything like that. And then another layer deeper, there are systems that can only see the process as it is, either during the building process or between layers. But then there's ones that we would call an active system in the NDE sense of it's actually putting some excitation into the part and reading a response. So something like laser ultrasonics or X-ray in situ even, where there's interrogation of the previous build layers. So in a lot of cases, especially in the ones that are monitoring the process, is where it's really key to make that correlation, and really can be challenging to make that correlation between the process signatures and the defects in the finished part. Whereas if it's actually really doing inspection, doing NDE in situ, then you might have a little bit more information to work with about actually seeing the defect as it's formed and after it's formed. So I think those would end up being very different, maybe not different approaches, but different levels of ease of actually making that correlation to finished defects.
How about anyone else? Does anyone else have a different perspective or additional thoughts around that?
Yeah, if I could speak up again, I think for the medical device industry, at least from my perspective, it's very utilitarian. I mean, is there something going on with the laser? Does the laser give out? Does it lose power? Is there something wrong with the powder bed, as you're putting the next layer down, or are you getting splattered, redepositing, are you oxidizing something? And just to be able to detect that right away, reliably, with the ability to say, okay, this is definitely going to cause you to have a defect or a pore, which is going to be, deleterious to your fatigue strength or even to your static strength. That would be a home run. That would be absolutely fantastic. I'm not even talking about complex lattice structures. That's a whole different thing in and of itself. But I think just if something like that could exist, that would be great. And you think about that, does that type of monitoring exist in technologies that are hundreds of years old, like casting? I don't think it does. I know with casting, people still, pull parts out and they x-ray them, or they do some kind of, infiltration test. So I don't think it exists there, where, you've got molten metals, and it's really hard to kind of get a good look at what's happening as the process is occurring. So I think, maybe comparatively speaking, maybe additive manufacturing is already, miles ahead of something like casting, where scrap rates can be pretty high. 5%, I think, is considered not too bad of scrap rate in casting. So I think it's pretty basic, pretty utilitarian, at least from my perspective, in medical devices for orthopedics.
So
Yeah,
building
I'll
off
jump
of
in there
that,
and, oh, I was going to just add something that Jean kind of said earlier from the medical device perspective. You know, there are kind of two schools of thought, both kind of, you know, large scale serialized production, but then these kind of one-off patient specific and of one implants, right? And the more that we can, you know, we're never going to destructively test the single implant that we're making for one specific patient. And moreover, you know, in both the orthopedic oncology space, but other trauma spaces as well, we don't have a lot of time to waste, right? If we're going to fail a build, we want to fail it early so we can start it again and get the implant delivered to the patient. So there's also kind of a, you know, a consistency, but kind of a time-based aspect as well in the process that we do, particularly on the patient-specific side, on the medical device side.
I would build on those points a little bit by saying, you know, we can talk about sensors in terms of their potential use cases, right? So in-process monitoring can be used, for instance, to do machine health monitoring or to detect systematic shifts. I would argue that's done on some machines already today. So for instance, you know, you can have a spot check of your laser power every few layers. You can have a camera looking at your recoat or an accelerometer attached to your recoder blade to see if there's a significant vibration or issue there. That already exists. That's really good. That tells us something useful, I think. The more difficult thing, which I think a lot of people are alluding to and trying to get to, is being able to detect local defects, meaning I have a defect in this particular location in this part. The even harder thing to reach is to be able to identify defects that matter, meaning I have a defect in this critical location and that will cause part failure. You need to abort build. So I think there's various levels of use cases for these in situ sensors. The lowest hanging fruit that's available kind of today is, I think, machine health monitoring and looking at systematic variations in your process. I think that we can do.
So Abdallah, I'm curious on that point. I'm glad you brought that up. Can we have the in situ process monitoring where we're looking at different signals or emission coming from the processing of the materials throughout the process without machine health monitoring? Or do we need both? Is it at this point, or we will always need both?
You absolutely need both. Well, you can have one without the other. Certainly, you can do machine health monitoring without the second piece of it if you are comfortable with doing lots of NDE afterwards. If you want to get to the point where your in situ data can really honestly replace or significantly augment your NDE, which is sort of everybody's end goal, hopefully, you need both. And the reason you need both is, you know, when we, for instance, use our fancy machine learning tools to be able to figure out if there's potentially a correlation between a spectrometer blip and a flaw that we observe via CT, it's very clumsy to take your signals and put them into a black box and get an output. What you really need to do is you need to force these complicated and opaque algorithms to take into account the context. So what we like to do is feed in things like, what's your actual path time? What's your laser power? What's your travel speed? And if those things are systematically varying throughout your build, it becomes very difficult to make sense of your sensor signature. So if for nothing else than to provide context for the in situ monitoring high-speed sort of emissions that you're able to detect, you really need to have a baseline for your process inputs. And better yet, you need to have a way to monitor those process inputs throughout the build.
So the range of standards or draft work items or whatever, as it stands right now today, given what you said, Abdallah, are they, you know, defining or aligning to what you just said, where we need to understand the context in which these sensor signals are being produced in order to build out the necessary knowledge base to make a decision upon? Are we being intentional in what we're developing right now to include that type of information?
I'll turn it over to some other folks, but I'll briefly say that there are some good standards that have come out now. So ASTM has one of the recent standards talking about your machine configuration prior to a build. So it's essentially pre-process sensing, I would call it. And they don't have any sort of new details beyond maybe some gas flow monitoring stuff, but they point to, the ISO standard on looking at your laser profile, for instance. They don't directly deal with your point, Brandon, about do we have a standard that says you should monitor these process inputs throughout your build, but they at least establish what your machine condition ought to be at the beginning of your build. I haven't seen, there are some missing pieces, obviously. I haven't seen a lot of standards around, for example, for powder bed fusion, your galvanometer calibration, which is very critical. Gas flow is still, there's some work out there, but it's still pretty nebulous. So there's lots of work to do still, but I think there's at least some foundational standards are starting to come out.
So in terms of talking about the relative maturity of our ability to conduct process health monitoring, you mentioned calibrating gas, understanding gas flow variation, understanding the capability of the laser, the actual power. Are there draft standards in this space? Are there existing standards in this space? And I'll put it to the panel. Do we all agree we need these things? Because that's what AMSC is all about. If we don't have it, let's get it on the list.
Just to kick it off, Brandon, I was making some notes here. I think all these standards are important, and in addition to individual elements of how do we standardize data collection, I'm thinking too is standardizing how the data is pulled from the different machines. You can spend a lot of time within each specific platform, whatever vendor you're working with, printer OEM, and there's slightly different access, slightly different configurations of data. We start asking some of these other questions that brought up calibration and validation of the sensor type. But one fundamental piece is there a way of standardizing how the data is pulled and integrated so you can do common analysis across platforms, in addition to some of the technical standards on repeatability of the needs. But I mean, honestly, I think standards are critical for all those reasons, because we need to be able to have a consistent, the more consistent we have access to data and understanding of data, the faster we're being able to move.
That's a great point. So I guess I'll take a half step back, because my prior question, there was a lot to it. Are we aware of right now that there are standards being developed that outline the necessary components to what we all coin process health monitoring? Are there standards? Just yes or no? I'm not aware of any, but maybe that's my ignorance.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm aware of any being developed within ASTM. I think ASTM's coming out with their in-process monitoring guide, which would be kind of a first step towards building towards standards in the ASTM process, is kind of having the guide, the baseline that defines terminology and the different methods that people can refer to, and then build, individual, more detailed standards around or based on that common terminology. That's, kind of one thing we've struggled with in the industry, is just kind of establishing, that terminology. And I think the machine side of it, I think, is a little bit further ahead than the, NDT and inspection side. Certainly, we've made great strides in that in the last couple of years, but establishing that kind of terminology and understanding the whole space will allow us to develop those standards going forward.
Yeah. So, I think this hits on some what Abdallah said this morning, right? We need to be sure that we understand the processing conditions that we feel comfortable, like, let's put a sensor in here and try to do what we're doing, right? Rather than dealing with this additional higher order problem where there's 3 unknown variables that are driving all sorts of problems in our lives as we try to monitor these complex processes as it is. Another thought, and this takes me back a couple years, and I know I said I was going to ask anybody a specific question, but I can't resist. So Abdallah, get ready. So you've been where Nick was just talking about. I know you have, because you did some great work with America Makes, and it's still paying dividend. I mean, you being close to this, what is the challenge? Help us all understand, right? Nick's saying it's hard to get connected to these machines. It's hard to get the information I need. I was part of a workshop here at the tail end of 2019 with Alex Kitt and Maddie at ASTM, and we were looking at data management. That came up there too. Why isn't this solved? What's hard there? How can standards help?
Is it solved? So in some parts, it is solved. So for folks who know how to solve it, meaning that, if you give me a machine, an EOS, a Concept M2, a 3D Systems machine, we have the expertise, for instance, and I'm not bragging. I'm just kind of trying to paint the picture here. We have the expertise to go in, connect our sensors to pull information regarding, what the scanner is doing, what the laser is doing, what the additional sensors on that machine is doing, whether the manufacturer wants us to be able to have that capability or not. And the reason we can do that so easily is because most folks in the industry use very similar components. So if you have a ScanLab scanner, which almost everybody does, even if you have an Aerotech scanner, or if you have a Cambridge Instruments scanner, those things have been around for years. People know how to build systems around them. We can go in, we can intercept all that data using a man-in-the-middle type approach. And we've done it, and it's straightforward. So that level of information is incredibly, incredibly useful. And so we can automatically pull that, and we can stick it into our databases, et cetera. Some of the more difficult information to pull that folks consider proprietary are, for instance, the input build plan and the input parameters. So in order to get that information, you really have to work with the system manufacturers and the OEMs. So it's not a technical challenge. It's not at all a technical challenge. It's more of an IP challenge. Do folks want to share that with you or not? So we've built relationships with certain entities that have allowed us to gain that information. And without that, frankly, a lot of our in situ monitoring work would have been significantly hampered. That's in the powder bed fusion space. In the directed energy deposition space, things are much, much more open. You typically have access to your build plans, and you're able to easily interface your systems with sensors and control systems, et cetera. So I don't think there's a technical challenge, really. It's more of an IP challenge with certain entities. What would be really great is to be able to have the end user have and potentially generate and own that IP, because these commercial aerospace OEMs, for instance, I think they're in a fairly tough situation, whether they know it or not, which is they don't own the IP for the part that they're generating. They really don't. They might think they do, but just because you have your design and just because you have your build plan doesn't mean you actually know how your part was built. You can lock down your machine, but what happens 10, 20 years from now? You don't own the IP that you think you do. And so I think that's a challenge in dealing with the commercial system manufacturers today that one has to be cognizant of.
Did anyone else have any thoughts there, or does everyone?
Yeah, I guess, Brandon, just to tail onto that is, I think certainly if you look across platforms and you look at various expertise across industries, you can pull that information today. I think where standards or protocols, where you might be a small business and don't have that expertise, so the more we can put that into common frameworks or common structures or data, it is an IP thing, right? People have to be willing to open up and sign up to standard, but that's going to help where if you don't have that expertise, but you want access to that data to do similar analyses, it might help shift it from where you have to have a SME to a smaller business that wants to leverage additive and grow a little bit quicker. So definitely agree with Abdallah, what you were saying there. I think there's just ways standards can certainly help us out.
Can I add to that?
sorry, a little bit different direction. Yeah, on the NDT side, we had struggled with proprietary data for years and years, where every vendor had their own proprietary format, and we came together through ASTM and defined a common data format. But it really wasn't until the whole industry got together and started going to the individual equipment suppliers and said, hey, we're not going to buy your equipment unless you implement this standard so we can access the data. Going forward, that we really started to see the industry move away from proprietary methods of transmitting and storing data, be it the end inspection data or intermediate process data. I think it's the same. So I think that is the kind of the power of defining a standard to kind of open up the data and get access to that data in a more standard way across all the different platforms that people are interested in, is really defining the way you want to see that data as an industry group, and then going and to the equipment manufacturers and saying, hey, we really want you guys to move in this concerted direction. And it was when we finally got that kind of orchestration across the NDT industry that we started to see some progress.
Yeah, I'd add, thinking about the causal correlation of indications to defects. If you have multiple sensors that you can tell what was happening with the process in more detail, then you have a lot better chance of doing that. And that can be definitely machine health process monitoring type sensors that are just reporting out what the machine itself is doing. I would say there's some commercial AM OEMs that are trying to report out and record that information, and some that are not really trying to do that as a standard part of their process at all. But any standardization of that would be really helpful, trying to encourage laser powder bed fusion OEMs to record and report out machine operating basic information, or more available standardized sets of sensors that can be put in like a middleman role, like Abdallah said. Would be really good to have a lot of that standardized, just so you have that as a baseline of what the process did, and then your other monitoring data can be a good supplement to that.
I think these are all great considerations. I mean, I've heard, common data package again and again and again, but I think some of it definitely just clicked for me. I mean, to shed some light on my own thoughts right now, the context you put it in, Patrick, it helps me to understand. People throw jargon around all the time. Not all of us understand the history here or appreciate the perspective of it. And so in my mind, I think what you proposed there spoke to me. And I'm also hearing that there's a lot of layers to the onion, right? While we get the sensor data, being able to prove to ourselves or understand, I think the cause and effect, as Aaron said it very well, right? There's a lot of surrounding data that we need in order to make that effective interrogation as to what may be driving this consequence that we're faced with. Very interesting. We have a couple questions that just came in on the chat. This first one says, colleagues and I at Moog have seen that the pixel size in the detectors of some in situ methods limit the max defect size that can be detected. Does the panel agree that the effective pixel size is important? If yes, do we think pixel size will reduce?
If no one else is going to go, I can comment on that. It's a problem, and the reason it's a problem is that, so we can talk about two different things. We can talk about in situ sensors, or even the pixel size for something like a CT system for NDE. Both have the same kind of issue, which is we're going to larger and larger systems. So for instance, if you're talking about going from a 250 millimeter by 250 millimeter build plate, now 500 millimeter by 500 millimeter build plate, as some system manufacturers are going to, you have to square the number of pixels to keep up with that. And so what do we need to do if you need to put something like a camera system in your machine to monitor the layer by layer stuff, which I believe is some of the publications that MOC has been part of. That becomes very challenging. You can take the idea of using higher and higher resolution cameras, which they're coming out at higher and higher resolutions, or you can use multiple cameras. It becomes difficult to see a scenario where that's very, very scalable as your part sizes increase. So I think some other sensing modalities aren't quite so limited. For instance, if you have something like a photodiode-based sensor that's coaxial to your lasers, which is very common these days, to buy a machine with that available, or you can make one yourself, certainly. That is no longer limited by that pixel size. It's limited by how quickly you can sample the data. So you can get very, very fine resolution, on the order of 20 microns with those types of coaxial sensors. I think on the NDE side, you have a very similar issue where, as the part size increases, it becomes harder and harder to do radiography or CT scanning of these parts. So I think one challenge is to find scalable means to be able to detect and inspect defects within your part. And of course, your effective pixel size is always going to limit the size of the flaw that you're able to observe.
I guess also you have to look at, we're looking at cause and effect. So if you have a certain pixel size with in situ method, you're trying to compare it to something else, whether it's CT or some other data set, and you're trying to do some relationship there. And you're going to be limited by the least resolution of whatever that data set is. So I think it comes down to what does the in situ resolution need to be. If it's a bottleneck and you can get higher accuracy by comparing to other known ground truths for some other method, maybe the investment's there. But I think it comes down to where's the accuracy need to be. And I had similar thoughts there on the modalities. If you're looking at high frequency, single node light intensity, there's options. If you're looking at image-based or some other data set where you're trying to turn pixels into voxels, it really becomes complicated because it comes down to what do you really need, and it's going to get a lot more expensive, and is it holistically going to solve your problem? Given the concept of you might have another area in your process chain with lower resolution, so you may not be gaining much out of it, depending on other things you're comparing to.
So along these lines, another question comes to mind based upon this. We've heard a lot over the years that America makes, in particular, about a desire to understand cost drivers, right? Are there standards, or is there a need for standard approaches and considerations to understanding cost drivers or cost modeling for inspection or product certification?
I think from the post-process inspection standpoint, there's certainly a need to have design engineers understand post-process inspection costs, right? With all the design freedoms that additive manufacturing gives the design engineers these days, they can create some shapes that we haven't seen before and that are rather difficult to inspect, right? And inspection costs is a big part of the business case to decide to go ahead with that part and that decision. And so that's something we're considering pretty heavily here at GE, is how do we model all aspects of the additive process when kind of considering the business case going forward. And certainly inspection is a piece where maybe we haven't done as much work in the past in that area in terms of cost modeling for additive as we have in some other parts of the additive process.
Yeah, I'll just jump in and say, kind of from a small business perspective, this is something that we're painfully aware of day in and day out. And I think it was Nick earlier that was kind of talking about, when we don't have an additive SME in some of these spaces, like in CT monitoring, it's a little bit of a puzzle for us to decide, is that something that we want to, invest, both resources and time of our engineering team into, as well as kind of looking to bring on that expertise So I think that that's certainly something that would be valuable as we see kind of more and more small and medium-sized businesses that are looking to move from kind of, destructive evaluation methods to non-destructive methods or in situ methods to kind of, move upstream in our monitoring and our inspection processes. But we have to understand, is that going to be, where is the ROI going to be, and where are we going to actually kind of come out break even or ahead on those processes if we make the investment?
I guess, Brandon, to your question, I haven't come across standards to answer that. It'd be interesting to know if folks have, because I think a lot of those details, we know additive is so part specific, and when it comes down to cost, how do we tackle that? Whether it's inspection or machining or whatnot, where you have all these really unique part specific things can be big cost drivers. There's a lot of best practices that you need to incorporate it. I think there's some research on how can you bin it by complexity, and if you have enough data, can you get close on an estimate? But it'd be interesting. I'm not seeing a lot of standards or other approaches to really say, I need to estimate the cost of an AM part, and here's a systematic way to get there. A lot of it is building up that internal capability with best practices so you're not missing something.
Speaking about, trying to kind of be able to benchmark the utility, to kind of short circuit the development cycle to better, I guess, and quickly realize return on investment, as we've said here, thinking along those lines, are there merits then, because we heard a lot about probability of detection this morning in one way or another. So are there merits to standard methods for doing this then? Because I don't think everyone in the supply chain understands how to do it, or do it to the point where they're going to satisfy their customer base.
I guess just while folks are thinking, Brandon, to get past some of our initial process health monitoring, but I mean, for aerospace where you have mission critical applications, if you want to go from process monitoring and we see a sensor mode or suite of sensors that might be able to be independent QA, if you don't have probability of detection, it's going to be, you need that for end use. So I think if there's ways of accelerating, it's critical. It kind of goes back to my initial comment earlier, is how do you rapidly assess the sensor capability so you want to invest in it? And then how do you rapidly do a POD with best practices so you can get a curve that an engineer can utilize for, specific clear requirements?
So is the reason we don't have this level of standard guidance is because it's more technique than method? Or is it just we don't have a documented method that we're all able to share just yet?
I think it's that second one. I think, even in NDE where probability of detection is used, there's, not a lot of common knowledge about how to do it. So there are standards and different standards that people follow to try to implement that. But then thinking about adapting POD to in situ monitoring, you really need that correlation of not just I'm detecting something, but I'm detecting something that's going to matter. And I think, like Abdallah mentioned, we don't really have that causal correlation now. So I think a lack of having that process defined and being at a level where it's being done in practice is the main reason we don't have standards there yet. But I think having standardized processes there for making those correlations, for determining what's important for effects of defects, the more we can build up that body of knowledge that in ways that are public and shareable is going to be really helpful for everyone.
I think, Brandon, also one of the challenges is, I think you mentioned that, every part is different, right? So not only is every part different, every machine is different. Even the same machines or the same models coming from the same manufacturer. Sometimes you've got a sweet spot in machine A and you've got a different sweet spot in machine B. And you don't know why that is. Is it a gas flow issue? Is there something subtly different about the design of it, which kind of messes with the fluid dynamics of the gas? I think that also kind of confounds things. So you've really got this confluence of a bunch of different variables that really it confuses a lot of people, and it makes standardization, even more difficult. So like, what do you do if this machine has got some weird anomaly going on? Do you just kind of discount it from your standard data set that you're trying to collect? I don't know. That's something else I think that I've I've seen and witnessed with development partners that we are production partners that we work with.
Yeah, no, it was something I was just going to kind of hit on as well. So, I think back years earlier in my career, and I would talk to the qualified engineer or technician doing the NDE work, and I'd hear, 3/16 flat bottom hole. I don't think we have a 3/16 flat bottom hole standard for AM, right? Like, I think that builds upon, 50 years of understanding material behavior, like the mechanical properties, to say that 3/16 flat bottom hole is what I need. Is it that we need to do more mechanical testing before we get there, or how do we get there from here, right? Like, when I hear probability of detection, I'm thinking I got to drill a hole and then make sure I can detect that hole. But I think that right now we're saying, who cares how, I don't even know how big the hole should be that we need to get to that critical flaw, because I don't understand what the critical flaw is, because I don't understand the mechanical behavior of this material. Is that the problem? Which is the chicken and the egg?
So I don't know if I'll illuminate things or complicate them more, Brandon, but I'll give it a So there's multiple layers of issues here. In terms of what the critical flaw size is, I think one of the big issues is how do you reliably generate a particular flaw type so that you can understand how to detect it and how to generate mechanical property data that identifies what the effect of a particular flaw size is, right? So there are what I would, and this might be controversial, there are bad ways to do that. The bad way to do that is to put a hole in your CAD file and to print. And I understand there are standards being developed around that concept. In my personal opinion, that's a terrible, terrible, terrible technique. It's a terrible technique for a number of reasons. One is that you don't actually know what the machine is going to do with that void. Some machines will try to insert an internal contour, some won't. Some will actually ignore that hole altogether and just say, well, if it's below a certain size, it's not really meant to be there. I'm just going to process over it. There's a disconnect between that technique and what the machine is actually doing in reality, what the laser and the scanner are actually doing. So there's this disconnect. There are other methods that we've used essentially to do that, which is to control at the laser level, essentially force the laser power off for 20 to 100 microseconds over the particular region. But that also has its downside. We've tried to implement techniques like take an automated XY state system, move it to a particular position, drop a spatter particle at a known position, and then scan over it to try to insert that defect. That's also not that great of a technique. The best way to do it, potentially, is to just build tens to hundreds to thousands of parts and let nature dictate where the flaws are, and then figure out how to identify and inspect those flaws, and then do very rigorous mechanical testing. But that becomes nearly impossible to fund. That's very, very expensive, and a research organization like Penn State Applied Research Lab can't do that. Perhaps an OEM that's doing serial production of these components anyways over a dozen years can establish that database. But I think there's a fundamental research question that is, how do you generate a particular set of flaws that are representative of real flaws? I mean, we have an American Makes program that's attempting to address that, and we're getting fatigue data now, and hopefully we can convince the community that that's relevant. But I think there's going to be some debate for some period of time about how do you create flaws that are representative of real flaws. And only when you have something like that can you start talking about establishing probability of detection, making some real strong correlations or establishing relationships between flaw morphology, size, location, and mechanical performance, particularly for things like fatigue.
So if no one else has anything, I'm gonna build upon what you just said there, Abdallah. There's a question that came from Ben Dutton in the chat. I think you answered the first half talking. So the question says, you know, it is one of the major issues that the process is not fully understood and we don't have full control and we can generate defects on command. I think you were just hitting upon that. But at the core of this, after we mentioned some things about what you mentioned about machine learning, is do you think that more process modeling would help expedite our understanding?
I'll jump in on this one, and I think the answer is absolutely. Also want to say, hey, Ben, good to hear from you. I think process modeling that gives you an accurate physics-based understanding of the process, but could also be related to the physics of the sensors you're using in an in situ case. So if you can combine that process model with simulation of the laser UT excitation or the infrared signal you would get from the melt pool, that will give you a much better understanding of how your in situ sensing and the process variations correlate to each other. Similarly, if the process model can generate a physics-based simulation of the part that can then be used in a post-build NDE simulation, you get additional value from it. This is an area that Vibrant is working on heavily, simulating the effects of material state variations in AM parts on the swept sign resonance spectra that we record. But the same approach, I think, could be used for other NDE methods like CT, ultrasonics, etc. So if your process model gives you that accurate physics-based simulation, you can simulate the UT excitation or the resonance excitation or the CT scan and get a much better understanding of how all these things relate to each other. I think the biggest challenge in that approach is having a way to verify and validate your model and make sure that that model is producing something that is physically accurate. And I think that's something that probably needs more work. But to summarize, I think the answer to Ben's question is absolutely yes. There's just more work to do to make those, as useful as we'd like them to be.
Do one follow on to that because I think you brought up an excellent point, Eric, and thank you, Ben, for your question. So I've been holding off on this one, and it was something that I think came up a few weeks ago in the EASA FAA symposium or workshop or conference or whatever it's called. Sorry for botching it if I didn't use the right term, but regardless, this idea of modeling to aid in effective NDE. And you brought up that there's a lot of physics behind all this, which I completely agree to. But we don't have a lot of standards for modeling. Even effective means of doing validation, it gets back to method and technique again. Are there opportunities here? I mean, I guess is my question. It's a workshop. Thank you, Ben. So that being said, what is the opportunity there? I completely agree. I'm very excited by it. I was excited by the conversation then. Where do we all think the value is, but how can we develop more standard approaches to this? Where's the opportunity?
Well, or go ahead. It's a really good question, Brandon. But yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, so, we work with lots of folks who do process modeling. And quite honestly, I think there are, again, various levels. The level of, it would be very useful, as was just said, to, have a method to be able to predict the sensor response based on the physics. I think that's reasonably doable. The difficulty with process monitoring and powder bed fusion is that it's an incredibly complicated process. And so you have different scales of models. You have the sort of the Lorentz Livermore type models, which are insanely complicated. And you have, we have access to them if you really want. You can go to Lorentz Livermore and ask them to run your models for you. They even have a user sort of facility type approach now where you can, buy hours to work with their model. But even that level of sophisticated model only knows the physics that you input into the model. So, we think we understand some of the fundamental concepts, but there are some things that are very, very, very difficult to model and are not incorporated in their numerical methods. So in terms of developing a standard for model validation or for a use of a model, I think that would be very difficult because it's a complicated problem. I think you can figure out maybe a reasonable approach to do it, but the physics, I would argue in some cases, are, even if they're kind of known, they're very, very, very difficult to incorporate. I'm thinking of something like, what if you have spatter interacting with your incoming laser beam, or a plume that has a slightly different index of refraction that changes your laser beam? Nobody's going to incorporate that into their model because that's just going to be way too difficult. You're already dealing with complicated melt flows, and you're already dealing with an insane number of thermophysical properties that you kind of know, but not really, that you're guessing about. So I think when we talk about using models to accelerate, process understanding or accelerate the use of in-situ monitoring, we have to be fairly careful about how we scope that model and recognize that the model knows the physics that you input into that model. It's not going to predict something new because it only knows what you tell it.
If I can add to that, Abdallah, that's a great point. I mean, we and I think it was Patrick that said, additive manufacturing is just another manufacturing process, and absolutely, and that's the way it should be treated. But let's admit it, it is one of the more complex manufacturing processes, that's been around for the last 100 years. At least from our perspective. Maybe casting was complex 200 years ago when people were trying to figure it out. I'm sure it was. I think on top of what we could add to that is not only are the physics and the flow dynamics and the kinetics complex, the metallurgy, the metallography is crazy. I mean, we're building stuff off the machine that has no, explainable metallurgy to it, or the metallurgy is just wacky. You're flash quenching some of these structures, and they're not amorphous, but they're certainly hard to analyze. I think that complicates the modeling even more. If you're getting down into like residual stress analysis and things like that. But the other thing I think, Brennan, I presume this would be a concern. There's not many companies out there, or I should say, there's not many big companies out there that are doing modeling or are selling modeling packages. But I imagine they would be probably quite protective of some of that software, and for them to open up to having some of it standardized, I could see them being very, very defensive about that. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. That would be my guess.
Brandon, one comment I was going to make. I don't know if it's a standard, but going back to some of my earlier engineering, doing finite element methods, and if you look at all the range of packages, usually they're broken down into a unit or a validation test where you're trying to take all the complex finite element methods that are incorporated in the code, and you're trying to do some closed form solution. Maybe heat transfer, it's a conduction problem where it's a closed form, but you're breaking that down into a very specific unit test. Can I reproduce a very specific condition that I know the answer, and it's been accepted across industry through closed form? So I was thinking similarly, additive is so complex and we're still learning interactions. Are we there yet? But is there a way of breaking it down into unit tests, not just for model validation, but even some of the sensor work, where you break it down into the right subseries of questions? I need to answer this, and you can separate out effects. I don't know how we would do that right now, but whether it's model or sensor work, then that could help. You have a kind of a challenge problem too, is you could rapidly assess sensors if you're trying to answer certain things. So, it's more of I think we have a lot of work to do in this area. I think the complexity makes it hard, but the idea of, is there like a benchmark or a unit test that helps us add some structure to it? It's just one thing I wanted to add.
I like that. Did I interrupt anybody there? Okay, so we have a similar question here in the chat. I think we started talking about some of it because we were talking about probability detection. Trying to understand, low volume production, more than one build, for example. But really, I mean, to the point that Nick just made, I mean, I think there's a rule of things, just something as so simple as standard calibration methods. or an ability to be able to compare one sensor to another, or one sensor modality to another, or one machine to another, or whatever. Are there opportunities there?
I think that's a little tricky thinking about standardizing monitoring calibrations, just because there are so many different types of monitoring systems, and how they're calibrated would be pretty specific to the developer of that system or the type of sensor they're using. But we have an approach for comparing machines. You know, we for the NASA certification approach, we develop a qualified material process, the QMP, and then you can do basically a sub QMP where you repeat some of those same tests to verify that I have two EOS M290 sitting next to each other, and this one completed these builds and had these same things fulfilled as the other one. So we can treat them as both being qualified and ready to build. So I think there could be something like that. How you do the calibrations, I think it would be, you know, depend on the manufacturer specifications, but some standard build or standard measurements to determine these builds are both within the same calibration, you know, as I've determined. And so these monitoring systems can be compared to each other, and a POD developed for one would be okay to use for the other.
Anybody have any other thoughts?
I would echo in terms of, at the end of the day, you have 5 of the same platform type, or let's say 1 of multiple platform types. You're trying to measure powder bed temperature, chamber temperature, whatever have you. At some point, as you keep zooming in, as you get smarter and smarter with the machine and understand it, you start with, oh, the machine's a black box, and you spend some time and you learn about nuances of how it works. You keep zooming in. At some point, the sensor becomes a black box if you don't have certs or how it's capturing, what's the accuracy of the temperature, and things that you might need to know as an engineer. And so I think that comes down to data access and how you have access to that. So I'm not sure where the standards play, but I do know we need to be able to say within a fleet of 100 machines or 10 different OEMs with a powder bed technology, how do we have a level playing field to say, if I'm measuring temperature on all of them, it's the same measure and I can relate each one to each other. And so I think it's a need. And is there an element of that from a standard? Is there an element of that for equivalency? I definitely just acknowledge it's a need, because a model is as good as its inputs, and if you don't understand the inputs, it's going to be hard to convince that correlation's there, because you're going to have that variability there.
And just building off of Nick and Aaron's point a little bit. So I think if you have a sensor that's intended to measure something physical like temperature, there are some nice standards out there on how to do that, prior to powder bed fusion, so that you can kind of wrap your arms around and figure out, I think, how to solve. It's an incredibly difficult calibration to perform, with an eye or camera on a powder bed. It's very difficult, but it's known. We can certainly work on ways to integrate that into a broader standard for AM. I think the difficulty comes when you have sensors where it's not potentially a physical quantity. And I see this happening a lot of times with sort of photodiode-based sensors, both that we make or that we try to do research on, as well as all these photodiodes that are on commercial sensors today. They don't report a physical metric. They report volts, or they report counts, or they report something along those lines that's really in arbitrary units. So each, as sort of Aaron was alluding to, is that each manufacturer develops their own in-house calibration approach. So for instance, when we have our coaxial photodiodes that we've designed to filter around certain wavelengths, we have our own little calibration procedure that we go through to convince ourselves that it's consistent from machine to machine, etc. Standardizing that without having intimate knowledge of what the sensor is supposed to do and how it's configured, it becomes an almost impossible task. There might be a means to, turn that part over to the manufacturer and do, as I think, again, Aaron was saying, is, force them to measure against some sort of, to define some sort of probability of detection. You know, I don't care how your sensor works. I just need you to demonstrate that you can detect a defect of this size using this type of machine and using this type of material. That's another approach, but that becomes very, very difficult as well.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that's an opportunity then, Abdallah? You know, I mean, I think back to days when I was in steel, and we would use inductively coupled plasma, and we'd have our NIST reference standard. Is that an opportunity for the folks like NIST or others to start saying this is going to be a standard emission source by which we can all baseline and benchmark, and we'll have a NIST traceable reference standard to do these things? Is that's what's needed here, or that's overkill?
For physical units, I think that's difficult, but that's possible. I think that's within the realm of possibility. For something like looking at powder bed measuring powder bed temperature between a temperature range of, say, 150 C to 500 C. Yes, I think they can do that if there's enough resources and interest to do that. Again, for the more nebulous custom sensors, I think that becomes very, very difficult.
So we had another question in the chat here. It was a little earlier, and we didn't get to it because we were kind of in the thick of it. The question asks, and I think this is when we were talking about data, probably close to a half hour ago now. But regardless, it says, who is the controlling authority in Additive that would implement a data storage standard? ASTM, ASME, MIL standard? I know NIST has worked on a common data dictionary. I think that's at a point where that's a work item with ASTM, but I don't know about others. I know ASME's done a lot in terms of product definition and product models and call outs there that help in the design world. Are there others? Okay, so I think
what you mentioned there, Brandon, what you mentioned is kind of my awareness there. So I'd be curious if there's other thoughts, but you kind of captured, I think, my awareness.
Okay, so we got just about 10 minutes left, and I have a couple of questions that were a little more, I don't know, forward leaning, let's call it that. But the first thing is something that kind of came up this morning, and depending upon how long it takes, we'll either do one follow up to that, or we'll just go to the last question. A lot of good topics came up this morning. There's a lot of considerations here as you go through the workflow to think about in situ monitoring, inspection. But what did you not hear this morning that you were hoping to hear, that maybe you came here to hear about? I know we haven't talked a lot about polymers or ceramics or composites. Were there things that were missing in this conversation that we need to address?
I'll jump on that because that was kind of my thought. Kind of some of this conversation, a lot of this conversation has been directed at PBF, but a lot of what we do in the medical device space and personalized implants is surgical cutting guides. And we're doing a lot of that in different polymer systems. So how do we think about translating some of the knowledge that we've been building here on some of the larger production PBF systems to some of the lower cost SLS or SLA or DLP systems that we might be using for various surgical instruments? That's, a big ask from my perspective. And I don't have the answers, but I'd love somebody to help us figure it out.
So are your needs there more in terms of like metrology or like microstructural integrity, or at a smaller length scale? I mean, what kind of guides your analysis in those use cases?
Yeah, a lot of it is metrology, looking at kind of surface inspection, trying to make sure that the mating anatomic surface is going to match what we intended it to be. But there are also some considerations around kind of, actual functional surgical tools that we need to be thinking about as well, more than just kind of surface mating. I think, and this is kind of maybe putting the cart in front of the horse, but I think somebody's going to crack the kind of materials problem for some of the resin-based systems here, and hopefully the not too distant future. And then we're going to start to be having all these same questions around defects and things like that when we're talking about functional implants that are permanent medical implants, right? So whenever someone solves the materials problem, this will be the next problem on the list to solve to really, make that a reality.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll say it myself. I think a lot about surface engineering. At America Mix, we've done a lot of work over the last 5 years looking at fatigue, and people have been thinking a lot about surface roughness and trying to measure that. We've dabbled. I heard AMPP bring up, the surface condition and its potential role in corrosion rates. Are there opportunities in terms of surface measurement, roughness, whatever, I'll punt and say metrology, where there's a greater need? I mean, I know we all kind of struggle. What's the metric there? RA, RV? I don't know. We'll just write them all down and we'll see if it correlates. Is there more we could be doing there?
I think so, Brandon. I mean, in my mind, the as produced parts where you have fatigue loaded environments, we're doing a lot of research on that. So I think there's more, if you have better ways of characterizing that data and correlating it to fatigue, that's going to help the industry as a whole. So I just want to echo that. I think just the other piece I wanted to emphasize was how do we be agile now that there's so many new techniques being released year after year with new sensor types? How do we evaluate those in a accelerated manner, because each one individually can be a lot of effort. So yeah, I'm just thinking combined, how do we do that in a way that you can assess a capability and what problems are helping you solve without requiring lots and lots of data. But I think the fatigue one and the fatigue impacts with surfaces, if there's ways of measuring that more directly, that would be certainly valuable to a lot of end users.
So to give the panelists another second to think on that, we do have a comment here. So regarding data, it says ASTM F4208 has a plan for data management standard guide. And then there's a general best practice or standards that can be found from IEC/ISO SC32. So there's a response there from a member of our audience regarding AM data.
I think it kind of related to that. One thing that I think it was Patrick had said that was really interesting to me was, forcing the machine manufacturers to come to a common method or means of representing build data and how they're defining their process data. So I know that there are working items and there are standards from ASTM around common data dictionaries, common data formats, etc. Quite honestly, I think they do miss a big thing, which is if you don't know where the vectors are located to build your part, if you don't necessarily know all the little configurations, things like what's the speed of the gas across your powder bed, nobody reports that. You can have sensors that measure that, and we certainly have developed sensors, other folks have developed sensors. But if you don't know some of those fundamental things that are currently not being stored or reported, it doesn't really matter what data management tools you have available to you or what standards exist. You still don't know your process. You still can't transfer your process from one machine to another machine. So I think that's a blind spot that we have to tackle somehow. Folks like ARL, they aren't in a position to do that, but I think industry folks, users of the technology, folks like the GEs, the Moogs, Boeings, etc. I think they're spending a lot of money buying these machines. And so if there's consensus in the industry around what data you need to have in order to make these machines useful, both in the short term and in the long terms, and in order to be able to make in situ sensing and machine interfacing useful, I think that has the potential to potentially move the ball forward in terms of driving machine manufacturers to adopt common standards and common formats.
So we have another question here in the chat. And, you know, really, I was hoping we could close out on needs in terms of future standards. But ultimately, a key component to that is data, right? I think we've heard that a couple of times here this afternoon. This question asks, you know, what can we do, or what is required to help foster, you know, let's say industry-wide collaboration where we can share more data per se that would help generate standards faster or generate the right types of standards. Are there unexploited opportunities there? I mean, do we feel that that is a feasible means to standards development, or is that kind of hard to overcome the IP hurdle? I mean, I understand people made invest.
Maybe Brandon, maybe the question we need to ask is, are there any corollaries in any other industries? You know, I don't know. CNC machining, does that exist, or is that just too simple, relatively speaking, in terms of process inputs, or casting, or forging? I don't know. That's a great question. I think the feeling I've gotten dealing with you know, manufacturers of equipment is they do want to keep things very, very tight to the vest, and I certainly understand that. But I'm just wondering, how has that been developed in other manufacturing domains? You know, casting or forging or what have you. I don't know. Does American Makes have any insight into that? Maybe that's something you guys can kind of look into and kind of come back to us and say, well, this is how it's done in this industry. That's how it's done there. It's a great question.
Yeah, no, I feel the same way. And and we heard this a little bit today. I felt that the folks who think a lot about in situ monitoring, maybe there's something we could learn from the folks who think a lot about NDE. And I think that's happened at a couple levels today. A couple months ago, we had a similar conversation on feedstock, and we asked folks from the welding community to come and talk. And I think there are things we can learn from other domains that maybe we don't deal with every day. I think that's a great point. In terms of, you know, I'm sure everyone kind of came here with something in mind as to, boy, I really hope we hear about this type of standard, or you know, this type of opportunity for standards development, or you know, I hope to hear more about these types of standards. Were there things like that folks were hoping to hear about today, maybe they didn't get a chance to hear about? We'll kind of use that as a closing point.
I mean, it's obvious. I'm stating the obvious, but standards are needed certainly in 3D printing. You know, especially in powder bed and some of the stuff we deal with is certainly very complex. And boy, if there was something we can go to or a document we could reference to say, okay, this is going to be a defect that's going to create problems in a standard size titanium, you know, fatigue model, then okay, we got to watch out for that. I don't think it exists, but yeah, absolutely. I think it's certainly very desirable. I just think that we as an industry in medical device certainly appreciate the complexity and how difficult it is, especially with 3D printing, to get to that point. But yeah, it's certainly needed. That's an obvious statement.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, and I mean, I think, you know, what I kind of take away from this for myself, you know, and this often happens in additive discussions. It's a complex, you know, multifaceted manufacturing technology. We started a conversation by trying to talk about inspection or monitoring, and then we're faced with, you know, control theory and design and metallurgy or material science. Then we include some, you know, physics in there, either to talk about the process or the inspection technology itself. And then we introduce mechanics, and then there's cost models, and all of a sudden it's the full gamut of considerations. And And I feel like that's why we kind of punted and said this whole phrase of regulatory requirements, things that help beget our business model success and, allows us to convince our customers this is all safe. So, with that, I think we've covered a lot of landscape today. I think from a technical perspective, from kind of mapping out the opportunity space, all the vital considerations that go into defining the utility and opportunity for monitoring technologies, inspection technologies, and those that pertain to additively manufactured products for a wider range of industries and applications. And I think with that, I'm really grateful for everyone's time today. Big thanks to the panelists, big thanks to our audience. These have been some great conversations, great questions. And yeah, really appreciate you taking the time.
Great job, Brandon and everyone. Ditto everything that Brandon said, and to not only the panelists and presenters, but audience members as well. You've given us a lot to think about going forward, and all of this, whether it was a chat or a presentation, it all kind of goes into the mix. As Brandon said when we opened, this is part of an ongoing conversation that we're having, just trying to meet periodically to contribute to the dialogue and tie things where we can in terms of the applied research and stuff back to standards and standards needs and standards development, what's being worked on, what more might be needed that isn't. So again, our sincere thanks. Anybody who wants to catch up on the latest, as Brandon mentioned, there's a gaps progress report that against our roadmap version 2 that came out in November. You go to www.ansi.org/AMC and you can download that along with the original standards roadmap. And we'll be sharing the presentations from this and the recording as well, and also producing a written report. So more to come. Stay tuned, and thank you again. Thank you, Brandon, for everyone's engagement.